And welcome to the She Is Women's Conference. This is the first of its kind here in this area. So everyone who is in this room is supposed to be in this room, and I'm grateful for your presence, your attention, and I'm also going to ask for your intentions today. So what that looks like is we are going to be present, participate. We're going to be aware of each other's feelings. HIV, I'm sorry, I'm like chatting. I haven't even introduced myself. I am Bridget Pico. Thank you, thank you. We put this conference together. It's something that I have wanted to do for a long time, that Jeff Taylor has wanted to do for a long time. It's been an important mission of mine because as a woman living with HIV, I recognize that sometimes we don't feel seen, we don't feel heard, we're not recognized. We definitely don't get the attention and services sometimes that we need and that we're entitled to. And so that's what this day is about, is bringing us into a space of community where we can be around each other. We can identify and know that we are not the only ones, right? I'm gonna bring Jeff up real quick so he can say a couple words.
Great. Thank you, Bridget. And thank you all for coming out today for the first time we're doing this. Yeah, possible. And I wanted to her horn for a while. You know, we talked about doing this. I've lived out here 23 years now and was always shocked and appalled that there was so little programming for women. You know, we have so much for HIV here, but none of it was really directed for women and for what they need and what they deserve, as Bridget said. So I was so excited to meet Bridget when she first started working at DAP. You know, as a person living with HIV who entered the HIV workforce, which we need more and more of. We need more women. We need more people of color. So it's really exciting to see Bridget just kind of blossom and working for the Well Project, serving women living with HIV nationally. It's a great organization. I remember Donna Averett starting that years ago and her showing up at all the conferences, and now the amazing group of women they've put together from all over, you know, leveraging the internet and social media to really be a resource for that. And we'll talk later about kind of what we're trying to do for that locally. But Bridget is a force of nature. It's because of her this is happening. We're just kind of behind the scenes doing some of the logistical stuff. And we're really excited to have you all here for the first one. This is going to be an annual event. We're going to keep doing it. So please give us your feedback. Things you want to see, if you want to see it at a different time, a different format, you know, how we can kind of keep the conversation going. We're just so excited. Thank you all for coming.
I love me some Jeff, I'm just saying.
Right.
Hello to the folks online as well. So a couple housekeeping things, and I'm going to run through these a little bit quickly because we want to get Meg up and give her full time. In your bag, you're gonna find there's a black band. If you do not wish to be photographed, please wear the black band. Part of the reason for that is because we want to be respectful of people's ability to tell their story in their own way. And so if you are a woman living with HIV who chooses not to identify as such, we want to make sure that there's no pictures of you at the conference and all of that stuff, right? So if you choose not to be photographed, please wear that. Chad is back there. Can you wave? If you see him coming with the camera, just wave him off. Right? So I'm not precisely a rule breaker, but I'm not a rule follower either. So rather than set us all up to fail with rules, I thought we'd do some agreements. And so the first agreement is, I don't think one that anyone will have a problem with it, which is that we're going to respect each other. The second agreement is that anything that you learn here on the stage, conversations you have with the vendors, community members, things we talk about, information, education, share that as you see fit. If you have a conversation with another woman, however, where she's being vulnerable, you guys are talking about HIV, those are things I'm going to ask you to hold between you and that other person. That makes sense? Agreed? Amazing. On your chairs, you have a couple things. First is, there'll be a palm card for the virtual village. This is a project for community. Stephen is holding it up. So this is a project for community. It is an online group on Facebook. If you sign up for the virtual village, you will be entered into a drawing for right here, Fire tablet, Amazon Fire tablet, and a keyboard. Moreover, however, you should sign up for the virtual village because it's an opportunity for community. And for you to be seen and heard and to connect with other people that are where you are, where you have been, where you want to go. Okay. Then you also have a bingo card up there on your thing. So some of you are already talking to the vendors. Take it out. They'll stamp it. That puts you into a drawing for some goodies that I have at the end of the day. I won't say what they are, but they're pretty good gift cards. So do that. And then lastly is our survey, which Stephen is holding up. There's a ticket on the back. When you fill it out, you're going to put your email address on it so we can notify you if you won, and you'll take one piece of that ticket with you. So tear off a piece of the ticket, leave the other one stapled to it. That is how you get entered into the drawing for yet another Fire tablet. So we're giving 2 of those away. One for the survey and one for signing up for the virtual village. Yes. Sign up today. And we'll know you signed up for the virtual village because we'll see your name in the group. That's how we know. All right. Let's see. What am I? Already asked. Oh, I'm going to ask that if you are a person who usually doesn't speak up or doesn't talk a lot, stretch yourself a little bit because this is your community. This is your opportunity to talk. So as I'm asking you for your intention, I'm also asking you to express yourself. But I'm also going to ask that as we express ourselves, we remember that this is a mixed group. And what I mean by a mixed group is we have folks that are of Latin descent. We have Black folks in here. We have trans folks in here. We have folks that identify as non-binary or other in here. And so what we want to do is remember that words have impact, right? And the things that we say matter. But we also want to remember that some folks are not used to being around other folks. So we're going to give a little bit of grace for language, right? So we're going to express ourselves. We're going to attend to the impact of what we're saying. And we're going to give a little grace. Can we all agree to that? Yep. Amazing. I love that. All right. And guess what? I'm done with my intro, with all of the stuff. I will remind you about things throughout the day. Oh, Stephen has something. Oh, thank you. Yes. So wait for the mic to come to you because the folks on Zoom won't be able to hear your questions or your comments unless you do. So we'll bring them to you when you raise your hand. So wait for the mic to come to you. And then, and I'm going to say this delicately as I can. I'm a person that likes to keep stuff real. Okay. I want to hear your stories. I want to hear how you're feeling, but keep in mind that there's a bunch of other people in the room too. So we want to keep them short and sweet, or short and heartfelt, or short and real, or however it is that you choose to express yourself. But just let's remember that there are other people that will want to get on the mic and talk. Yes. All right. So I have the pleasure of introducing Meg Sullivan. I'm not going to read her whole bio because you can introduce yourself better than I can. What I will say is that I met Meg at a science conference, and she is such a sweet person. I can feel it. I'm a Scorpio, so we do energy. I love her energy. I respect the fact that she works in HIV. Any clinician or provider that chooses to dedicate their time to working with people living with HIV can do no wrong in my book, because we need more clinicians. We need more people that care about what is going on in our community and with our folks, right? So I'm gonna introduce Meg, let her talk a little bit about herself, and then she'll do her presentation. And if you have questions or concerns throughout the day, please find me. Also, sometimes the stuff may get heavy. If you need a little extra, or you need a little timeout, take care of yourself, take a timeout, find me. It's Palm Springs, it's hot, make sure you're drinking water. There's plenty of water in there. Bathrooms are throughout the hallways, But again, if you need something or you find yourself feeling a little way that you're not sure how to identify, find me. Okay, perfect. Meg. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget and Jeff. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I am not from California or Palm Springs. I'm from Boston, and I currently work for Vive Healthcare. And before that, I was at Boston Medical Center, where I practiced caring for people that live with HIV for 23 years. And I had a special focus on women living with HIV and reproductive health, especially. And I cared for women who became pregnant and were trying to bring into the world a healthy infant. And I loved caring for women for that care kind of special moment. And I also helped couples who wanted to conceive safely. And now I'm going to talk about something that's really near and dear to my heart. That's part of what I think we should all focus on is sexual health. I think it's part of overall good health. And I think that if we don't focus on it, we're going to miss out on sort of the whole comprehensive care that you and your provider can share in. Now, we're doing pretty well with people living with HIV. They're doing well. They're deciding to have children, which I think is wonderful. But we still have like 37,000 new infections per year. And we need to think about how to intervene in that. And there are ways to intervene with things called pre-exposure prophylaxis or PrEP. And to be able to incorporate that into care, we need to be able to have conversations with our provider. So let me just advance here. Sex is healthy. It's how it should be. We're comfortable usually talking about sex with our friends. Who here is comfortable talking to their provider about sex? Anybody? You're comfortable. That's great, because you know what? As a provider, the providers aren't always so comfortable. So you have to push us. You really do, because who feels that their provider maybe is less comfortable than them? Yeah. So, and sometimes I know that providers also feel that they're in a rush. They may not have the time. And with that discomfort added in, they may not go on to talk about sex. But it's so important. It's important because of things like prevention and U equals U. I think we're going to talk about that a little bit later. If someone is undetectable, they're unable to transmit to their partner. And that's important to talk about. And that goes along with a healthy sex discussion. So, sexual discussion helps to talk about things that you can prevent. And one of them is testing, obviously testing for sexually transmitted infections that might go on to cause us harm if we don't talk about them. And if we don't have symptoms, we might not think to talk to our provider about it. But if you talk about ways in which you're having sex and things that you might want to bring up to increase your chances of having the new information come out, it's important to do that. So what is healthy sex? It's safe, it's consensual, it's liberating, it's pleasurable. It should be all those things. And if some of those things are getting in the way of your life sexually, don't just talk about it with your friends, talk about it with your provider and get them to engage with you to talk about this. You really, the onus is on me as a provider and I should be really leading that. But sometimes other things get in the way. And you, as I said, you really need to push us and really get us to talk more about sexual health and your sexual health and things that might be getting in the way of good sex, things that are bothering you, symptoms that you might have, or symptoms that you might worry about. So it's really a personal thing, and sexuality is a personal thing, but it's something that we need to think about and talk about reasonably. And it is personal, but in that exam room, you should really be comfortable talking to your provider and get them to be comfortable, push them. So sexual health is physical, it's emotional, it's mental, it's social. It's all those things that go into what is sexual health. And it's important that you really bring that up with your physician or provider, whoever you're seeing. And you may have things that are getting in the way of that, that are in your mind, that you're worried about, that you need answers to. If you're not sure if we have the answers, push us to get answers and really get us to engage in the conversation. If you're having challenges with your sexual health, please remember to keep pushing us to get the conversation going. So why does it matter? It informs our identity. Sex is a part of our life. It's a part of our everyday life. And as women, especially, it's important and it's sometimes pushed to the background, but it needs to be brought forth and really seen that it's part of our overall being and our overall health and healthiness. And as I said before, it promotes satisfaction and pleasure, which is really important in sexual health. And it also promotes us from making sure that we don't overlook the fact that there could be some infections that need to be treated. If these aren't treated, then we could go on to have issues with infertility or not have discussions about family planning. We should be, and again, this is on me as a provider, every time I see you, I should be talking about family planning and your intentions for how you want to live your life as far as potentially bringing children into the world or not bringing children into the world. That's very important and should be discussed every time. It shouldn't be a one-time discussion. And if we need things like contraception, those should be greeted openly and honestly and find what works. If contraception is not an issue and someone is planning on bringing potentially a child into the world, then we need to go on to discuss the options for that. As I said, this is on us as providers. You guys are doing the right thing usually. You're feeling comfortable. And what I tell providers is that if you're not comfortable, then how is the patient going to be comfortable to share with you? If you're acting all inhibited and diminutive and thinking, I can't talk about this, let's skip it. Let's talk about the diabetes or hypertension, which I'm more comfortable with. Then how can the patient feel comfortable? So I tell the providers, kind of fake it till you make it. And just get out there and act like you're comfortable. And the more you do it, the more you talk about it, the more that you'll eventually be comfortable. Don't make the patients feel like you're singling them out and talking to them about certain aspects of sexual health because of who they are or what they look like. We do this with everybody, and you tell them that. We talk about this. This is an important part of health, whether it be contraception or sexual practices that might be increasing risk, or sexually transmitted infections, or how to prevent things that might get in the way of a healthy sexual experience. We need to talk about these because it's important to know that sexual health is such a large part of overall health. So let's go on to talk about how to get there. So it doesn't have to be formal. It can be just starting and bringing up things that are bothering you. It can be about talking about your own reflections on your sexual life and what your partners are engaged in, and talking about your sexual practices if you're comfortable doing that. And you should really, again, feel comfortable and push your provider. If they're looking like they're in a rush or they're not wanting to listen, you push them and you get to them to talk about the sexual health and bring it up and use whatever language is comfortable for you. It doesn't have to be scientific language. It can just be regular conversation about what might be getting in the way or what's working well. We also want to hear what's good in your life and celebrate that. So these are almost meant for providers to how to talk to a patient. So if you may not want to say, are you married? Do you have a boyfriend? It's much nicer to say, do you have someone special in your life? What's going on? Is there a special person that you're involved with, engaged with? Are you having sex? What are you doing for sex? Well, it's much nicer than to say, how do you feel about your sex life? And not pushing, do you use condoms, which can be sort of accusatory in a way. You want to just say, how are you protecting yourself? And what kind of things might you need to further protect yourself? It's all in the way that you ask. And this is more, again, reflecting on me as a provider and knowing how to speak and really introduce the topic by having someone be more comfortable. So not just going, hey, any oral sex or anal sex? We should just be asking, how do you enjoy your sex, your sexual pleasure? What types of different positions or different modes do you enjoy? Are you straight? That's sort of accusatory and puts someone in a pigeonhole right away. And you should just ask who they enjoy having sex with. Men, women, or both. Does your partner cheat on you? And that really puts someone, it makes them close off. And you should really be asking, are you with your partner? Are you with others? Do you think your partner is with other people? Because sometimes it can be that we're monogamous, we're with one person, but our partner might be living and having sexual relations with other people. And then we might be at risk for those reasons. I love this, the 5 Ps of sexual health. Partners, practices, protection, past history, and pregnancy intention. And that's what we should be using as we talk to our patients. And it's easy to remember, 5 Ps, partners. How are you doing with your partners? Do you have several partners that you're enjoying having sex with? And put it in a positive spin so that they really feel that they can share. Practices, as we talked about, what ways do you get your sexual pleasure? Not just asking them starkly how that they have sex, but how do they get pleasure during sex and what ways do they practice? Protection, do they protect themselves? Any past history of any infections that we might need to know about or need to treat. And also, as I said, every time you talk to someone, you should be talking about their pregnancy intention and their family planning, because that changes over time and it can play into how they approach their sexual health. The 6th P is pleasure, because that's really important. And again, as clinicians, we should be really celebrating that and really bringing it forward, because if we don't, we might miss something that's important to the overall sexual health of our patients. And if they're not having pleasure during the sexual health discussion and that comes up, then we might then uncover some things that we might need to delve into and help them with and help them approach it better so they do feel more positive about their sexual health and that they are gaining pleasure from their activities. And this is regardless of age. I'm getting older, but it's still important in my life. It shouldn't be irregardless of pinning it on a specific person, or type of person, or age. And we need to think about that it is irrelevant to the specific person and it's important for everybody. Sex is part of everyone's life, regardless of age or who they are. And we need to think about that. So just some ideas, know what you're comfortable with, but challenge yourself to be more comfortable. And in a sense, you're helping the provider. You think about the provider is there to help you. Well, as I said, and you guys know that your providers can often feel less comfortable about talking about sex. So it's as me as a patient, when I'm not the provider, and you as patients, you should be pushing your providers and making them talk about these things. It is important, it's their job, it's their role, and sometimes we need to push them. Be open, be present, be respectful. And if we're kind of closed down and we look nervous, and as a provider, I've seen providers that I've taught who themselves look like that. We don't want that. We want this to be open. Hey, this is a great discussion. We're talking about your health. We're talking about your overall health, and we're talking about your sexual health, and that's important. And that is the end of my discussion, but I want to take a minute and see if anyone has any questions or comments.
Hi, I'm moderating the chat on Zoom,
Yes.
and I do have a question.
Sure.
Do you have any suggestions of how we can engage providers who are resistant due to their own personal bias or beliefs?
I think that we need to, as patients, push them and bring up the issues that you're interested in challenging them on. But I will tell you that it's totally within your right and potentially for your best interest of your health and sexual health, that if you can't get through to that provider after trying several times, that you move on. And that's okay. And, you know, a provider might learn from that and learn to then expand their horizon. So if you got to move on, you move on. Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
My question is, how do you all engage frontline providers like OBGYNs and reproductive endocrinologists, not waiting till you get over to the HIV continuum, but still on the PrEP continuum to engage patients, because that is actually where most people will have a deeper relationship before they actually have to cross over. And it is lacking substantially, those conversations. So the providers that see patients more routinely, whether it's OBGYNs, reproductive endocrinologists, or even other providers or disciplines, how do you engage them to speak up and talk to patients?
I think that's really spot on and so important, because most of these conversations, I mean, they should be in every realm, but they also should be in the places where most of, especially we're talking about women are being seen and intersecting the healthcare system. And a lot of times the OBGYNs or sometimes family practice don't feel comfortable talking about prevention. They're a little bit more comfortable talking about sexual health, and they will ask the questions they need to kind of get to their endpoint. But as far as prevention, and I know that in institutions like where I come from, Boston Medical Center, we're trying, coming from the HIV side of things, we're trying to educate and bring talks to places like OBGYN and also in medical school, because we have to start this when they're babies and really start to get them and change the whole realm. When I was in medical school, we weren't talking about sexual health and sexual discussions. And I think that's where we need to start, is early in medical school, so everyone's thinking about it and everyone's thinking that it's their role. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And their programs for sure. Yes.
Good morning, not necessarily a question, just a comment in support with your encouragement for the patient when they're engaging with their providers to push their providers, because just conversations with especially the aging populations, the providers aren't talking to the patients about sex or their sexual health. And that's where the discussion of reminding that individual that the doctor actually works for you. And, you know, it's okay for you to help them do their job better.
Absolutely.
So good job for sharing that.
Absolutely. And, you know, as patients, we're there in some ways to help them. Even though we know that they work for us, and we need to get them, push them along the continuum to get them to be where they need to be and help us to get to that prime place of sexual health. Yes.
Good morning. This is more of a comment and a question at the same time. I've had my GRS done, and so it's hard for me to find the spot where I find pleasure. Now, saying that, it becomes more of a chore for me to want to have sex. I just really sometimes don't feel like I want to be there anymore, because it's I have to go to work. It's what it feels like, and I don't want to do that. So, is this something that my provider can help me with?
I think they should be talking to you about it and talking about, well, Is sex somehow showing intimacy and giving you, as we said, sex is physical, it's mental, it's emotional. Is the intimacy and the closeness bringing you pleasure rather than the physical feeling? And I do think that they should be talking to you about that. I'm happy to talk to you offline about it. And I do think that they should be talking to you because it's important and it's part of your life. And you don't, feeling like it's a chore is not the goal that ultimately you would like.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. There's some words that you said that I think I want to call out and call in. You said enjoy a lot because we should be enjoying sex. I love that you just talked about intimacy because that's part of I think we forget healthy is a encompassing of a lot of things. And I love that you said enjoy and intimacy. So yes, all right. So we are going to move into our first breakout session. Okay, so the way the breakouts are going to work, we have 2 breakout sessions planned with 3 sessions each. Okay, so right here in this space. Oh, and you know what? Let's take a second while we're in a clapping mood for Meg. Let's thank our sponsors, Vive and Gilead, our presenters. Absolutely. And then, yeah. And then we have some community business sponsors also. So we want to thank Walgreens, Bios Clinical Research, Palm Tree Clinical Research, NAPO, our AV guys, Icon City, Chad for doing our photography, Sunny Wood, who did the printing of everything, and then Urban Yoga, who's going to be doing one of the sessions. So let's talk about it. And then when I come back, I'm gonna thank our community sponsors. We're gonna keep this going throughout the day. Good feelings. Okay, so in this space right here, Carla Torres is gonna be talking about living well with HIV. So you'll stay here. If you want to take part in the chair yoga, you're gonna go right behind in the next room. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And then I am gonna be doing the jewelry session in the community room, which is past where breakfast was. There's a little room off to the side that volunteers can help direct you there. So keep in mind, we're doing this twice. So you have 2 sessions that you can go to. So don't feel like you're missing anything, right? So what I would suggest for the first time is to do something you might not normally do, right? So if you've never done chair yoga, visit some chair yoga. If you are wanting to find ways to live well and thrive with HIV, stay here. And then you can always come see me and Joel. We're going to be talking about affirmations too, because it's not going to be all fun. We got to get some work in. Okay, so let's break for that. We're going to move through that. As soon as we're done with that, we'll move right into lunch. So the breakout session is going to end at 11:30. Between 11:30 and 12:15 is where you'll have time to grab your lunch, do some networking, make some connections, make friends. That's why you're here in part. And then at 12:15, we want you to come back in here. We're doing box lunches to kind of simplify things. So you can bring your lunch right back in here. Kathy Chen from Gilead is going to be doing a talk. I encourage you strongly, hint, hint, to come in and have your lunch and listen to our lunchtime plenary. All right, any questions right now? Concerns? I'm so happy y'all are here. Have I said that? I hope that you gained something out of today. So let's break for our breakout sessions. So again, in here for living well with HIV, right behind in the next room for chair yoga, and then I will be doing jewelry. Let's go. Get it. Let's go.
Well with HIV presentation. My name is Carla Quesada Torres, HIV Community Liaison with Gilead Sciences, and your presenter for today. Now, if you didn't notice, I brought in my little elephants. I bring my elephants everywhere I go. Elephant meaning we're going to be addressing quite a few items in our session today, including this one's more on honest conversation around sex, honest conversations about treatment, about HIV, honest conversations about a whole person care and what we can do to continue thriving. So I'm going to take away the little cover from it because we want to have all these honest conversations. And as you're thinking about it, please, please be mindful that we're going to be addressing so many different topics, but let's be honest. Let's have a good discussion, and most importantly, let's make this fun and interactive. Sounds great? All right, what happened to the energy? Come on, people. Everyone's not here today. Why did you? One more quick one. Oh, I am
For the Zoom
getting
family.
Okay, I'm getting bedazzled here with all of these. I love it. All right, so we're going to be talking about some key roles of HIV treatment and how it helps people stay in care and live longer and healthier. We're also going to be talking about staying healthy with an HIV diagnosis, right? Share some ideas, some tools, some resources. You're the experts in the room, and I would love to also hear from you. What are your best practices to living and thriving? Let's get started with, we know that the new normal is making sure we're on treatment, making sure we're connected to care, making sure that people understand the benefits on what HIV is now, right? Being on an HIV regimen helps people live longer and thrive with the diagnosis. We know that we've come a long ways. However, all of this still has an impact on our communities who are unaware of their HIV diagnoses and who might not understand why it's important to get tested. So we have a long way we've covered, yet we still have so much more that we have to go through. Now, the treatments today help people live longer and healthier lives. Now, we also want to make sure that people understand and have these rich discussions on treatment options, and that they know that they have a variety of options. And when the right provider and the patient comes in and has these important discussions, they can make an informed decision of what treatment options are great for them. HIV is a term that people still think is a death sentence, especially in communities of color. We talk about the stigma associated with HIV, and we fear many instances just even getting an HIV or being offered. What has been your experience when it comes to people perceiving that HIV is still a death sentence? Has anyone heard that from your clients or your patients at this nowadays? And we're 40 years into the HIV epidemic, right? And yet the fear is still there. Is there certain areas, we're in the Inland Empire, is there certain areas within the Inland Empire area that you have seen this a lot more? Yes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Yolanda Salinas, and I recently moved to the Inland Empire. I used to work in East LA for an awesome organization where I was able to thrive and be able to help individuals who are infected with HIV and AIDS. And me being also HIV positive, I was, able to advocate very strongly on their behalf.
Mm-hmm.
However, moving up to the high desert, I see that there is a great discrepancy of services. There is no services whatsoever available in our community. The only organization that there is FAP, which is in Hesperia, and they only provide case management and housing services. However, support groups for women like us, there is none.
Mm-hmm. And those are important discussions to have, please. And when you do have the lunch opportunity for networking, come together and find opportunities to collaborate, to have these partnerships with agencies like FAP. FAP has Riverside and San Bernardino locations. And you have other agencies that can actually also be open to starting a group with you. It is so important. We're going to be talking about these best practices and tools that help people live and thrive with an HIV diagnosis. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
So lovely to see you.
Great
my
seeing
dear.
you too.
Dr. Christina Madison. I am hailing from Las Vegas, so from one hot location to another. I just wanted to tell you, just because this is like hot off the press, but IS is specifically, they just sent out a request for proposals around peer support and peer navigation and funding for specific programs around peers and peer navigation. And so I know that I can't give you an easy, quick fix, but I can tell you that the organizations that are really leading the way in this space are looking for ways that we can fund opportunities to get more peer support. And one of the things that I will say is that with that request for funding opportunities is specifically looking at women and women of color, because we know that that is a pain point and a place that we need to do more. So thank you so much for your comment, my dear.
Thank you for bringing that up. Absolutely. We have more comments over here in the front. Let me build this up.
And it is important to support women and build the bridge between patients and providers. And peer navigation is the way to do that. And so incorporating peer navigation into practices is great healthcare. And I work with UCSD School of Medicine, the iStrive Lab, in which we offer a virtual peer navigation support services to women living with HIV throughout the state of California, which also helps them to develop advocacy skills, as well as connecting them to services in their neighborhoods like Desert AIDS Project and FAP, True Evolution, these areas in which make it easier for women to connect so they don't have to go and Google themselves, but we're here to support. So I encourage women who want to find their sisterhood of traveling pants to reach out to us as well.
Thank you. And remember, we're going to have the networking session. I want you to have these discussions and make sure you share the resources like these so that we can now start making a network of collaborative coalitions, agencies, and partnerships more than anything. Sandra?
I just wanted to tell you as well, 30 years ago, I started a support group in South LA for Black women because there was none. And sometimes if you could find an organization that you kind of latch onto and go under the umbrella, and you can have an opportunity to even maybe start something, because it's nothing, like you said, you know, it's hard to find something.
Yeah.
And it was under Women at Risk at the time. And they had support groups for women in Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, all the beach cities, but nothing in the hood. Right. So I just said, you know, you don't have anything in the hood for Black women. And she said, well, you want to start something? And that's how it was that easy, you know. So that's just an idea. That was 30 years ago. So, but I think the thought of it can still work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And I'll say also, probably almost 30 years ago, I started a support group at Minority AIDS Project, and there weren't enough women in our agency, so we collaborated with 3 agencies. So we had the Gathering Place, Minority AIDS Project, and THE Clinic for Women all came together to have one support group. So that's maybe another idea too.
And also when our discussions come about, right, thank you everyone for sharing opportunities about what can be done and what has been done. And that's a huge foundation moving forward. And incorporating discussions like treatment options, knowing that people who are on treatment reach undetectable. We talked a little bit about undetectable earlier in the session, about undetectable, untransmittable, and that is still a key messaging that doesn't resonate with our community. It doesn't make the connection that they can be undetectable, that they cannot transmit HIV through sex with their sex partners. We also want to make sure we educate them about keeping that immune system strong, and it helps them live and stay healthier. We know these guidelines from the Department of Health and Human Services have been shared. However, again, communities of color are not yet listening to this messaging consistently or unaware that this even exists. Now, treatment options, we know that there's various different options available. Do you have regimens? Some of them have 3 medication combinations. Some of them have 2 medication combinations. It's an informed decision between their healthcare provider and the patient to decide which treatment regimen is right for them. Medicines can help prevent the spread of HIV among other people. Now we know that undetectable, untransmittable, or treatment as prevention is the key message. Please share it with our communities, especially communities of color. What else can we do? Communicate regularly with a healthcare provider. That's key. If we don't have someone that's listening, we mentioned earlier session, start thinking about somewhere else. Start working with another provider. Start finding other options. We also want to make sure that we incorporate eating healthy, being active. How many of you were able to get up this morning and do a little jog? Lap around the pool, maybe? Exercising. We have yoga, chair yoga. Next session, we're going to all do yoga. Get some exercising going, please. Physical activity is key to living and thriving. Keep your mental health healthy. That elephant in the room, remember? Mental health. People don't talk about mental health and the impact it has. When you ask folks, have you had a counseling session? They're going to say, no, I'm not crazy. I don't need that. Right? When was the last time you sought mental health? I always tell my folks, go at least once a year, whether you need it or not, just go and meet them. It's good that you start building that rapport when you don't need, when you think that you don't need, and you at least have an ally there with you when you do need it. We have to remember, we have all experienced trauma before birth, okay? As a child, as an adolescent, as an adult. So start having these discussions and addressing these elephants in the room. And then ask for support. We just mentioned great resources from LA, Long Beach, okay, Inland Empire, national organizations. It is so important that we start building this support. And if it doesn't exist right now, let's create them. Eating healthy, balanced meals. What do we have for breakfast? Donuts? Coffee? Barely coffee, right? Oh my God. Right. We have some yogurt in there too. If you all want some fresh fruit and yogurt. Balanced meals means having a balanced meal, not just items that have high calories, right? Carbs. So choosing the right type of food and removing as much as possible salt, added sugars, or saturated fat. Having items with the right nutrients will help you feel great, exercise, and become that person, that healthy individual. And it also helps manage HIV symptoms, complications from our lack of nutrients. Exercising helps relieve stress. What do you like to do for exercise? What do you consider exercise? Sex is a great exercise. It is. You get a workout out of that. 5 minutes. Well, come on. There's a little bit more of a playful in there. It can't be. Right? 5, 10, 15? Hey, it could be a very intense 5 minutes. We'll take it. It helps release stress. It helps combat depression too. It helps build muscle. Okay. I love to dance. That's an exercise. So I prefer putting on some music and doing a workout quickly, 30, 15, whatever time frame you want, but get some exercising. I am not a runner. I have scoliosis and a herniated disc, so I cannot run for my life. So please do not put me to chase after you. I'm not going to go chasing after you. I'll dance behind you. It helps burn fat, keeps your muscles strong, your heart healthy, your immune system working and fighting infections. It really helps prevent also losing that muscle, okay? We're not getting any younger, unfortunately. And if you are a woman of childbearing age, if you have children, I have 6, and I just turned a grandma late last night. Woo-hoo. All of that also puts me at risk of other complications if I'm not eating healthy and I'm not building my muscle and maintaining my muscle, right? So it's all part of then being healthy and being mindful of what you need to incorporate to increase that physical activity level. Talk to your healthcare provider. If people say, Carla, I cannot dance, I cannot move, I'm really having struggles, I'm like, you can easily pick up, sit down, give me some weights, right? Use your arms, use your legs, do something. You're already working out your abs. It's a matter of finding the right type of activity for you. Chair yoga, walking at the beach, taking a walk around the mountains, hiking, anything is going to be a great activity that it's going to help with overall physical health. Your emotional well-being, again, working toward accepting that a whole person care is more than just your physical well-being, that your mental and emotional and your spiritual being needs that same level of love, attention, and support. So tell your healthcare provider if you are feeling stressed and depressed. I always experience depression in a certain time of my life when I've lost family members. And I didn't realize during that anniversary, I was feeling very anxious and sad, and I didn't want to get out of bed. I'm like, what's going on? And just recently, for the first time, and I was a strong advocate of overall whole person care and wellness and self-love, and especially during COVID, then all of a sudden, here I am having a panic attack and my kids not knowing what to do with mom, when mom is the only one holding people together. Why is she on the floor crying when she couldn't even catch her breath, having to call 911? Never did I realize that my 12, 13 age little girl was reliving her childhood experience of the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles years ago, with the Black Lives movements that happened in the entire nation, right? With George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, all of that trickled down my trauma from a 13-year-old to now a 45-year-old, okay? You don't know what's gonna trigger an emotion, a response from your body. So this is why I'm telling you, part of your whole person care has to also incorporate your mental and your emotional well-being. Joining support groups, talking to your friends. I was blessed to have two very close friends of mine that I had shared with this just a few years before of my experience when I was living in LA. And having these episodes of news and COVID and Black Lives Matter movements and people being taken out of their homes and, you know, seeing their just social media pages like that, they called me up and like, what can we do to support? Our first thing is checking in with our friends and family members who were suffering as much because of what was happening in the news, because of what was happening in our community. So having friends that understand what you're going through is so important. They can make that connection with you and check up on you too. Getting social support. Making sure, these are some other resources available for local HIV support groups if you're not familiar with. Overall, with what's in the area, again, if we don't have it yet, we can definitely create it. Alcohol, recreational drug use, and HIV. There are certain risks associated with alcohol and living with HIV, and that includes too that sometimes when you're under an influence of alcohol or substance use, you might forget to take your treatment, okay? So that then jeopardizes you being undetectable. And again, the U equals U messaging, treatment as prevention. So keep in mind too, if you know that you're having some issues, let's be honest and have these conversations about alcohol, about substance use with a healthcare provider, and identify a plan that it's going to be good for you. I always say there could also be a harm reduction approach, right? If you're having a bottle of wine, let's bring it down to maybe what would be something reasonable? A glass? Half a bottle of wine? Now, like half. Harm reduction, baby steps, right? Find what works for you. But having these honest conversations between you and your healthcare provider, between you and your support group, between you and your ally, your case manager, is actually what's definitely making a huge difference in how we end the epidemic. Interact, right? We know that alcohol interacts with some medications. Sometimes that's been what really stops people from maintaining that undetectable status. So it helps also, it worsens the immune system. It makes it harder for you to recover from infections. So having these discussions is really important with your healthcare provider. Smoking and HIV, another condition too. And I know that providers are asking and doing some assessments upon check-in. And if you know that you're having issues in quitting smoking, there are hotlines that people can call and have more support. It does bring in, there's a poorer response to HIV treatment, lung cancer. I'm preaching to the choir when it comes to all of this, but having these often discussions is so important because maybe you're not ready to quit smoking now, but maybe if you start building that report and that information, it might take another year or 2 or 3 before you decide to stop or reduce. Challenge of treatment fatigue. now that we have so many options of treatment, I don't really hear people saying, I'm just so tired of my treatment. People are living, people are thriving, people are exercising and maintaining overall holistic whole person care. That I haven't seen as much as treatment fatigue. It's really important to share your stories with people that are not familiar with where we were 40 years ago with the epidemic, what treatment options were there, how many people were taking dozens of medications, and now you have options such as one pill or even an injectable. Travel. One thing that COVID did teach us was that we cannot just stay with your 30-day regimen of medications, right? That it's so important to have your backup. And if you're going to be traveling, that you know where you're going to get your next dose of medication. I had folks who were in a cruise, and how many ships were actually just stranded out there? They couldn't, right? They couldn't hit the land back. Medications that they were short, or they ran out of medications, and pharmacies were trying to figure out their policies during the COVID early stages. So having a backup, where can I connect with? Who are my pharmacists? Who would have samples that I can actually grab for the next 7 days? That's information that a patient needs to hear from their healthcare provider in preparation of, because right now we don't know. That's one thing I learned from COVID. We cannot just assume and just wait for folks to think about it once we have a pandemic. If they are going to be traveling to different countries, it is summertime. Palm Springs is beautiful, but there's other places in the world that have wonderful tourist locations. Where are your plans for the next 30, 60 days vacationing? Where are you going to go other than Palm Springs? Cabo. Ah, ooh, I love Cabo. Where else?
Chesapeake Bay.
What was that?
Chesapeake Bay.
Chesapeake Bay. Never been. So options are all over, right? We can travel. We also have to make sure we're taking the medications with us, especially the medications for HIV. Living well as we're aging. Anyone aging in here? We're all under 21? All right, my husband like, no, 21, because then, you know, you get to party and you're legal. Legal 21-year-old. So yes, we are all advancing in age, and with that comes certain cancers, liver disease, bone loss, mental decline. People living with HIV do have other situations of faster aging with the body's immune system, certain lifestyle choices like smoking, less activity, drinking too much alcohol also impacts the body. And then the long term, the chronic HIV inflammation, which is a silent process that can damage the body organs. Keep in mind that a lot of our patients are living and thriving, and they're living longer, which is a great thing. But as we're aging, then we also have to be mindful of co-occurring conditions and chronic conditions that are not manageable as easy when we were in our 20s or even 30s. So a lot of our patients have no geriatric care, have no idea where to go. And if we know about these resources, keep mentioning it back to our patients so that they know what resources they can utilize as they're aging with HIV. Sticking with the regimen is so important to help combat inflammation. It is important experience also to care for people living with HIV and that have honest conversations. When we have patients that have discussions with the provider they trust, they're more likely to open up about their mental health, about their sexual health, their overall well-being, about the lack of support. And now we're seeing so many folks just having isolation concerns, right? Where can I go and connect with people that are here with what they're living with, right? Or people that are caring for me and not just an HIV diagnosis. So really important to have these regular discussions with medical providers. Now, I want to go ahead and do an activity with all of you because this is meant to be an interactive discussion and in a way for you to go back and find ways that you're going to incorporate activities that are going to help you thrive. And that could be short-term goals, that could be long-term goals, and making sure that we're setting these examples for short-term goals includes like scheduling an appointment, getting involved with taking a walk every day, getting involved with maybe quitting smoking or go down to half a bottle of wine or a bottle, right? Setting these goals can help you also when you identify a buddy. How many of you have someone that holds you accountable when you don't work out? No? Yeah? Who's your accountability buddy? Your friends? Yeah. What systems do you use? How are you keeping each other on check? Yeah. I had at some point the Apple Watch. I keep forgetting to wear it. And then we were competing. And then when I didn't close my circles, I'm like, oh man, I gotta get up. And my husband's like, wait, it's 11 p.m., but I didn't close my circle. And my comadre is gonna tell me that I didn't close my circle. Right. So finding these goals, that commitment and that buddy system is so important because it holds us accountable. It makes us do things at the long run that is helping overall me. It's not that person, but they're holding me accountable because for their own sake, they're also holding themselves accountable. Adjusting their goals, start slow, work your way up and reward yourself. What techniques do you use or what items do you use to reward yourself when you accomplish something? What is that? Healthy, you're living, you're thriving, right? Sometimes you're like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and get some pair of bling glasses. Right? I love hats, if you can see. So I'll go in and I'm like, oh, I'm going to reward myself with a hat. Why not? A pair of shoes, tennis shoes for walking, right? Find ways to have these activities throughout your life. So I'm going to give you just 2 minutes back, but I want to do a quick review. HIV does not stop you from living. HIV does not stop a person from thriving. To live well with HIV, it's important to have these goals. And as you're working with clients, or if you're living with HIV yourself, these goals are so important because they keep motivating you to live. They keep putting you in a position of taking control over your life, over your HIV, a chronic manageable disease. Okay, taking the medications as prescribed, having these informed decisions with your healthcare provider and determining what is the best care plan for you to maintain that undetectable status and work toward having those discussions helps you stay in control overall with your HIV. These are some helpful resources, including Help Stop the Virus. If you get a chance, look at those videos. They help educate not just frontline staff, but also people who are newly diagnosed, people who have been living with HIV for quite some time. They also have resources at the Greater Than HIV and Let's Stop HIV Together, San Francisco Foundation, just to name a few. You have quite a room full of agencies here. Take advantage of the next 45 minutes before we start with our lunch plenary and ask questions. Start that networking, start that discussion of holding each other accountable to make sure that as we're aging, with a diagnosis or not, that you're still in control of your health. Yes.
You should have Positive Women's Network on that.
I agree with that. Positive Women's Network. And these are resources that are constantly being updated. And I'm definitely going to go bring it back to our team to make sure that they add it. And thank you for bringing that up to me. Yes. There was an error in the printout. It is living with HIV, and we incorporated some of the stigma associated with it. But yeah, it's.
So I think that was something that I was looking to hear and discuss, you know, especially like I said, because I do come from the high desert. And I also work for an organization up in the high desert. And I just want to share this, you know, this is how bad the stigma continues to be even after 40 years of people living with HIV and, you know, with this disease, right? I had a female who went through the whole intake process. And everyone that had met with her prior to me meeting with her were not able to pick up on the symptoms that were so obvious. You know, when I sat with her, you know, she was having such a hard time speaking because of the major thrush that she had in her mouth and the foul odor that was coming out. You know, I picked up on that immediately and I asked her, you know, what is going on? Are you okay? She's like, you know, you know? And I said, yes.
Mhm.
And she goes, why is it that no one has ever been able to ask me that question or has given me the resources to get the help that I need? And I go, I don't know, love. I go, but what I am going to tell you is that I'm going to take you to the hospital right now. We took her to the hospital. I advocated on her behalf very strongly in the ER office because even the medical staff there were asking, well, why are you bringing her in? I go, because this woman can barely swallow water now. You know, she has major thrush. She is having diarrhea episodes, you know, where she cannot even hold her own bowel movements, and she is extremely dehydrated.
Hmm.
She needs medical attention. After having her take her vitals, they did everything. They admitted her, but I had to be there by her side to hold her hand and walk her through the whole process. Unfortunately, she was discharged. You know, 7 days after being admitted and being isolated, you know, in a department, she was isolated and thrown back out on the streets. This woman died in the desert alone, without being able to be linked to any services, without being able to be referred to a SNF or any other programs out there. That's how bad stigma continues to be.
I completely agree. It's sad to see on the side of the providers who are still in denial, on the side of the community who are still not speaking about HIV, and seeing that stigma is much more connected and rooted than we can ever imagine. And unless we bring back the stigma and presentations and education and awareness and accountability at all angles, at all levels, is how we're going to end the epidemic. And I apologize for the error on the program. We can definitely provide, if you know of any healthcare provider, agency, nonprofit that would need and benefit from a discussion specifically around stigma, I would love to bring back those resources to the agencies. I'm happy to connect with you afterwards too.
Thank you for that story.
Yeah.
And stigma, it needs to be talked about in every HIV conference, because 30 years ago, I had a 19-year-old told me he's HIV positive. He says to me, what the hell am I gonna do? I can't go home. My parents will kick me out the house. Last year, I had a 22-year-old told me they're HIV positive. What the hell am I gonna do? My parents will kick me out the house.
Right.
30 years, it's the same song.
Yeah.
So stigma, every conference we have, because stigma is still going in HIV, women come into the doctor, they wonder, well, how many sex partners she had? She must have a lot of sex partners. Stigma, gay men having sex with men, all that, people talking about the gay boys, and well, they ain't learned yet why they getting HIV. Stigma is always going to be an issue, and stigma needs to be discussed in every HIV conference.
Thank you.
Because it ain't going away.
No,
It's been going around for 40 years. Stigma is a huge issue in HIV.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. We're at time right now. Sir, that I know people are.
I just have a quick question. So for any of the ladies who spoke about resources, if you don't mind sharing any information you have about peer support networks, let me know so I can type it in the chat for people on Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Valdez, and I work for UCLA Health. We have resources for women of color with HIV, peer linkage and engagement. And this is the first program of its kind for women in Los Angeles. It's funded through the HSP and HRSA. And we support newly diagnosed women or women out of care for 6 months, but we are in Los Angeles. I have a few flyers I can share with you. So feel free to refer anyone that you may think from our program, but we are only in Los Angeles. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have.
Just quickly, I wanted to say my talk is at 1:45 and it's on love in the age of U equals U, and I specifically discuss stigma and discrimination and how talking more about you equals you is a way that we can help with stigma and discrimination, because we are all able to have love and sex and as much as it if we want, because if you're undetectable, you're untransmittable. So I just want to mention that if you want to stay, I'm going to be here at
You're
1:45.
1:45.
So I am going to be talking about stigma and discrimination and ways that we can overcome that, and whole person care as it relates to the new terminology around being status neutral.
I love it. Thank you. Lunch session has started and networking. Grab your box lunches, go through the tables, please. Come back for the lunch plenary, which we're going to be focusing on specific HIV epidemic in Black African-American women. And we'll come back then for that session. Thank you, everyone.
So let's focus attention. Good afternoon. Y'all just ate. Good afternoon. There we go. Yes. We do energy around here. Okay. So a couple of acknowledgements. So I want to thank our community sponsors this time. So we have Heart PS, of course, big shout out. Clap, clap, clap. So the Well Project is the organization that I work for, which I have not shouted them out yet. So at the Well Project, we focus on women and girls living with and vulnerable to HIV. www.thewellproject.org. You will find fact sheets, community. We have a blog. We have a blog for women living with, and we have a blog for folks who are caregivers, fringes, all of that. So we have plenty of resources. You will also find me there. So find us there. We have PS Test, the Transgender Health and Wellness Center, Christie's Place, ANAC, exactly, yes. ANAC, which is the Association of Nurses in AIDS Care, another organization that I'm affiliated with. I know it seems like I do a lot because I do.
You do.
That's all right. We have DAP, Total Health, the Center, and then the iStrive study. So those are our community sponsors. Let's clap it up for them. Whoa. And then one more group that I want to shout out. On your chair, everybody see this little card? So this is for the Confessions podcast. Jen, who is in the audience, who will be on our panel this afternoon, did an episode of the podcast, and she was wonderful. I highly recommend her episode. I did an episode as well. So it's English and Spanish. They have sessions with some trans folks experiences. This season was experiences of Black women living with HIV. Next season, if I'm not mistaken, is aging. No? Yes? In a way. Yeah. In a way. Okay. So for the folks on Zoom, Spanish track. I highly recommend the podcast. All the episodes are amazing. They did a very good job of this. So don't forget to scan that QR code. Next, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce one of my favorite people. So I go to these provider meetings and I'm really obnoxious because I say all this stuff, this community stuff that none of the doctors want to hear because I'm community, but I do it anyway. Kathy is always very, very graceful to me. She always answers my questions. She's very patient. She is also a smart woman, and smart and kind are not always in the same space. So she is one of my favorite people. So I'm going to introduce Kathy Chen.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's always hard being right after lunch because I feel like the food coma is setting in. So I appreciate the energy that you all had a moment ago with Bridget. I'm going to try and keep that alive. Thank you all for being here, showing up today, being part of this amazing community. A huge shout out to Bridget, to Jeff for allowing me this time to speak to all of you. It is a true honor and pleasure to be here. Okay. So let me introduce myself. I know a few people in the room, but for those of you that I haven't met, my name is Kathy Chen. I am currently the Gilead HIV medical scientist based in Southern California. So I cover Los Angeles out to Palm Springs. And In my the first phase of my career, I guess, I was in clinical practice as well. Like Meg, I worked with AIDS Healthcare Foundation in downtown Los Angeles, caring for mostly uninsured, underinsured patient population living with HIV. Given the location of our clinic, we were very close to Skid Row, so I cared for a large homeless population, housing challenged. It was a wonderful patient population to work with. I enjoyed it very much. And, one of the populations that I always felt was underrepresented, and I would complain that our waiting rooms were too geared towards the MSM population, that we needed more materials that would make women, cisgender women, transgender women feel comfortable in our waiting area. Support groups, that has come up earlier this morning, that the support groups, many of my cisgender women didn't feel comfortable attending the standard support groups because they would be the only woman in the room, and they didn't feel that their experiences were kind of similar or shared with the other people. So we really advocated for developing support groups within our organization that allowed for cisgender women and transgender women to have a space and a voice to feel safe. So after about 12 years of doing that, I transitioned into this role at Gilead, and I've been here for, shockingly, just over 10 years. I don't know where the time goes. But it's been a really fun journey because in this role, I get to, spend more time in the science of it all, attending conferences, really culling down the data, sharing it with frontline providers, with people living with HIV in a context that people can put into their practice, right? Whether they're frontline clinicians taking care of people living with it, how do they use this data to apply towards their patients? And so doing things like this is honestly like the highlight of my job, being able to, bring materials, have a discussion, and that's what I want this to be. You'll notice the topic, but maybe you won't. Where do I point this? Okay, so we're going to be talking about the lived experiences of Black women with HIV in the US. And I'll let you guys in on a secret. I am not a Black woman. And I'm not living with HIV. I'm living with hypertension, migraines, and eczema. But, my point is that, I already kind of gave you my background, right? My touch point with Black women living with HIV was as their provider, and I learned a lot from them, and I continue to learn. And in this forum, I want to learn more from all of you, okay? This is a safe space. I love how Bridget set it up at the beginning. This is a safe space. It's a safe space, hopefully, for me. If I say something that doesn't sound right or I'm using wrong terminology, call me out. Bridget has no hesitation doing that. So I'm used to it. So please do. And, it's probably something that everyone in the room can learn from, right? So, we're lucky to be in this small group. I know it's hard with the mics and things, but I hope that people feel comfortable speaking up. All right. So, this is just the general context of what I'll be talking about. I won't spend too much time on this, but I want to go over some of the epidemiology around Black women living with HIV in the US, but really focus a lot of time, like I said, using these case examples to talk about the lived experiences, to explore some of the barriers. Why do we see these disparities among Black women in the US? So look at some of the barriers, maybe some of the solutions, and put our heads together and contribute to that list as well. Okay, so let's start with some of the epidemiology. It's often shocking, when I talk about this to groups, to this first statistic. If we look at the global HIV statistics, over 50% of people living with HIV globally are women, right? That's not what we see here in Palm Springs. It's not really what we see here in the US. But globally, 54% of people living with HIV are women. And this second statistic is kind of staggering and sobering, right? Almost 5,000 new HIV transmissions are happening each week among women aged 15 to 24. Women in the peak of their life, childbearing age, full potential of them, right? This is still happening. And then if we move to the right there, looking at some of the US statistics, right? It's a little bit different in the US. About 20% of the population of people living with within the US living with HIV are cisgender women. Another 2 to 3% are transgender women. So, about a quarter of our US population living with HIV is women. Among the female US population, again, notice 54% of new HIV infections are in Black women, okay? And when we say this is a disparity, this is disproportionate, what does that mean? Well, 13% of the overall US population is Black, but yet they're accounting for 54% of the new infections. That's what we mean when we say this is a disparity, okay? Another way that I really like the CDC has started talking about kind of our US statistics is using data around incidence and prevalence in the US to calculate what they're calling a lifetime risk of HIV. So it's basically saying, you know, these data, I think, are using data from 2017 to 2020, saying if we in the US did everything, if everything sort of stopped in time, that we didn't do more PrEP, we didn't do more treatment as prevention, what would be the likelihood of someone born today ending up with HIV in his or her lifetime? Okay, and so for women, that statistic, for US women, that statistic is about 1 in 300 women will end up HIV positive in her lifetime. But for Black women, 1 in 75. Okay, so it's not on the slide, but when we compare that lifetime risk to the lifetime risk of white women living potential for acquiring HIV, Black women have a 12-fold higher risk lifetime of acquiring HIV compared to white women. Okay. And then moving to the bottom left here, the other concern is that oftentimes Black women are presenting late in the course of their disease. The example that was brought up just before the lunch break in our room, right? This was a woman with full-blown thrush, you know, probably esophagitis. She has been living with HIV for 10 plus years, right? So why did that go undiagnosed? And we're going to talk about some of this in the cases. Okay, so 20+% of new diagnoses in women are in women who are already presenting in the A stage, meaning their CD4 counts are under 200 or they have opportunistic infections. This is, you know, we know now, right? It's better to start treatment earlier. We want to diagnose people early in the course of their exposure to HIV. We want to get the virus suppressed as soon as possible. Why? Because that unsuppressed virus, that unchecked virus, right, for 10 plus years in that woman, slowly chipping away at the immune system, but it's also creating a lot of inflammation in the body, right? And we know now that the sooner we get that virus suppressed, we're also suppressing the inflammation in the body. And that leads to better long-term health, better long-term outcomes, better life expectancy. Okay, so nowadays, if we look at data among people living with HIV who were diagnosed early and started treatment while their CD4 counts were over 500, generally speaking, their life expectancy mirrors that of the general population. Okay, so if we intervene early, that should be the goal. And so we want to try and, you know, get people aware of their risk into testing, into treatment, undetectable earlier before this happens. And then the last kind of box there is talking about transgender women. Among transgender individuals diagnosed with HIV, almost 50% are Black transgender women. So again, even within this sort of subpopulation of populations, we're seeing a disparity. Okay, so now this is looking at some CDC epidemiology statistics. On the left is the rates of new HIV diagnoses in the US in 2020. This is kind of a heat map. So the darker the color, the higher the rates of new infections. Okay, this is a rate per 100,000 of the population. So where do you see the darkest colors there? In the South, exactly. And California, but really in that southern belt there, right? And then where are a lot of Black Americans living? In the South, right? Right, that absolutely. So we talk about HIV being a consequence of zip code. It's not necessarily just about, you know, being female, being Black. It's also about where that individual lives and the resources that are available, right? So we'll talk more about that as well. Okay, so how many of you have heard of the HIV continuum of care? A lot of hands, right? So, and how many of you heard of the UNAIDS 95, 95, 95 goals? Okay, so for those of you that aren't aware, you know, this is amazing actually. We're in an era of the HIV epidemic where we're talking about ending the HIV epidemic, right? I mean, that's incredible. When I first got involved, you know, started learning about HIV in medical school many, many, many years ago, we were just trying to keep people alive, right? We never, the words ending the epidemic never came up, okay? So it's pretty amazing that we're in this lifetime, in this era where we are now, we're talking about ending the epidemic. And, you know, again, people are often surprised when I say this, but we have all the tools we need right now to end the epidemic. Yes, there's new drug development happening. We're trying to make things easier, better, you know, so on and so forth. But if we stopped right now and looked at what we have available, we could end the epidemic. We'll come back to why we haven't, but we could, right? In theory, if we could like look in a crystal ball and identify everyone who is living with HIV, put all of those people on treatment, get all of those people undetectable, right? You've heard already many times, U equals U, undetectable equals untransmittable. So if everybody living with HIV was undetectable, we're done. There'd be no more new transmissions, right? But in addition to that, we have prevention. Right, since 2012, we now have 3 FDA-approved drugs for prevention, for PrEP. So what if we also looked into a crystal ball and said, who are all the people who are at risk for HIV? And we talked to all of them and we put them on PrEP. We could get there even faster, right? So we have all the tools, but we're not there yet. And so what this continuum is looking at, and what UNAIDS 95, 95, 95 is addressing, is that by the year 2030, we could end the epidemic if we got 95% of the global HIV population aware of their diagnosis, 95% of those people on treatment, and 95% of those undetectable. Okay, that's what 95, 95, 95 stands for. So what you see on this slide is the stats for US Black women. 90% are aware of their diagnosis. That's actually not bad. 80% have been linked to care, meaning they've had a touch point in a healthcare center. 57% are engaged in care, meaning they've come back. Okay, notice how much that drops off, 80 to 57. And then 69% of Black women living with HIV are undetectable. So there's a lot of gaps in that cascade. And the reason that those gaps are so important is, if you look to the right there, each of those gaps contributes to why we are still seeing, why we haven't ended the epidemic, right? If everybody were undetectable, I don't know if this works. Yeah, if everybody were undetectable on the far right here, right? U equals U, we talked about that, but that's not the case. So this is some older data from 2016 and not related to Black women. In the overall population in 2016, 85% of people living with HIV in the US were aware of their diagnosis, but that meant 15% were undiagnosed, unaware. And those 15% accounted for about 40% of the new HIV infections. We used to think that number was much higher, actually, that the issue was we need to, do more testing, get people aware. Well, that's true. That's certainly true. But look at this middle bucket. The people that are aware of their diagnosis, where they're not linked to and engaged in care, and they're not consistently in care and consistently on meds and consistently undetectable, this group accounts for over 60% of new HIV infections. So each of these kind of gaps in this cascade of care are where we need to find new and innovative ways to bridge those gaps or close those gaps, right? And this is one such strategy, right? This is the status neutral continuum of care. I think it was January 2023, the CDC and HRSA sent letters out to all the kind of public health partners and said, really encouraging everyone to adopt this status neutral model. And what this means is that really we're talking about treating the whole person, the whole community. Everybody is entitled to quality of care. It doesn't matter if they're HIV positive, HIV negative, what their situation is, right? So this status neutral continuum of care starts with a sexual health discussion, right? And testing, right? And if somebody tests positive, well, then we link them into that cascade of care. We want to engage them in care. We want to get them on ART, get them undetectable. But if someone tests negative, this is an opportunity to send them down the other cascade of care, which is the prevention cascade, right? We need to be talking about PrEP. The fact that this person came in to get tested in the first place, it opens the door to discuss, what that ongoing risk may or may not be. What are the tools we can use? Maybe it's syringe exchange if someone is an IV drug user. Maybe it's condoms. Maybe it's PrEP. Maybe it's oral PrEP. Maybe it's injectable PrEP. But there's so many tools we have in the tool shed to help prevent HIV that we have to, travel that cascade. So it doesn't matter, like I said, everyone is entitled to quality care. And this sort of helps to destigmatize the whole conversation around sexual health and testing. And this also helps to make sure that everybody is sort of captured in this cascade and hopefully leads to finally turning the tides on all those disparities that we discussed. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Black women. It came up in the earlier session about stigma. And I'm glad that it came up. And I think we have a couple sessions today that will talk about it. But, this is some data that looks at how stigma affects Black women. So this first box here was a series of a lot of qualitative research here, right? So a lot of surveys with the community to see what is that lived experience, right? And what they found was that, this is Black women in rural Florida. So just to put that in context, that they reported stigma was perceived through a number of different ways. Stigma is not just stigma, right? There's internalized stigma or self-conceptualizations. They carried a lot of shame and guilt for, ending up HIV positive in the first place, right? That was like sort of self-imposed stigma. Then there's the experiences, what they actually experienced, right? This could be stigma felt from how their family reacted to them disclosing their HIV status or their sexuality for that matter. It could be how their peers and their friends reacted or their partner, right? But it's also how the healthcare providers responded. Right, stigma is something we talk so much about in the clinical setting. From the moment someone walks in the door to check in at the front desk till they check out, every person that they touch along that clinic visit can, one bad kind of encounter can completely change the experience, right? And then, of course, psychological dysfunction, which we'll come back to. And then this idea of intersectionality. Okay, this is came from Kimberly Crenshaw back in the late 80s. And it was really set at the time in the setting of a legal case, right? It was Black women who were filing a lawsuit where they felt discriminated against for being Black and for being women. And they were forced to pick one or the other because the legal system said, well, you can't be both, And so, right? And then, the argument back was, look, this company can come back and say, look, we hire plenty of Black people. We hire plenty of women. I don't see a problem. But do you hire any Black women? Okay, so this idea of intersectionality is that this individual can be feeling less than or feeling discriminated against for being a woman, for being Black, for being bisexual, for being HIV positive. All of those, and 1 + 1 + 1 does not equal 4, right? Those things are all kind of part of a much bigger picture. So really understanding, it's more of a framework, right? To understand what that stigma can feel like. And, most importantly, we talked about that cascade of care. What does stigma do to that cascade of care? Among Black women with low income, stigma caused hurt feelings and decisions to disengage from care. Or, this breaks my heart more, to remain with providers while feeling unwelcome. Right? Imagine feeling like I need to be healthy because I have loved ones, kids, whatever the case may be. But I have to go to this place that makes me feel less than to get the care I need, the meds I need in order to achieve that. Right? That shouldn't be happening. Okay, so this goes back to my first point about how every step of that cascade of care can be impacted by stigma. Okay, starting at the entry into care. Why would women not get tested, right? If they're touching the healthcare system, why is this conversation of sexual health not happening? Why are they not getting tested? I'll share a personal story. This was, I don't know, probably 15, 20 years ago. I was living in the South Bay and I found an OBGYN doctor in Manhattan Beach. So kind of a more white community, we'll just say. And I went to my appointment and I was already working, I was doing my fellowship, I think, in HIV. And I knew that I was, low risk, given my habits, but I wasn't zero risk. And I was in there thinking, I need to practice what I preach. And so I sat through the whole visit, got my pap smear, and the doctor never once asked me about my sexual habits, my partners, any of that, or whether I wanted to be STD screened. So I asked, I said, hey, can I add on STD screening? And she looked at me and she was like, oh, okay. She was like, gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis. And I said, and HIV. And she said to me, she goes, wow. She goes, in all these years, I've never diagnosed anyone with HIV. And I said to her, I said, you can't diagnose it if you're not testing for it. So, I felt like I was, on my soapbox, but, then this was one of those offices that, they draw the labs in the nursing area. So then I went and sat down and, the nurse's MA is drawing my blood. And this is, like I said, many, many years ago where I can't remember if it was a consent form, but when they're like, is this your name and your birth date? And we're going to be doing a chem panel and, blah, 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 blah. And she goes, I was like, what? I was like, oh, and an HIV test? Yeah. So, and everybody looked at me and I was like, you know what, like, and this is me, someone who was working in HIV, who was already committed to the cause. Imagine how someone feels who is shy, who doesn't want to, talk about their risk, and their provider doesn't bring it up, or they bring it up and they get treated like that, right? So, it's just an example, but you can see how easy it is for these gaps to happen in the cascade. Now someone is, finds out they're living with HIV, where do they go for care? Again, if they have a bad encounter with the front office person, or when they call to schedule their appointment, there's already inherent distrust of the healthcare system, right? And then there's always the stigma and the fear of being seen at HIV clinic, when I was in practice, I worked at this clinic that was called the Magic Johnson Clinic. And it was based in West Adams in Los Angeles. And AHF spent a lot of money to get Magic Johnson to endorse his name on that, because they felt like this is a clinic located in a very Black community that will bring people in. Didn't work. People in the community didn't want to be seen going into a clinic in their neighborhood that said AIDS Healthcare Foundation, even if it had it had Magic Johnson affiliated with it. So, all these things are just things you learn along the way, that even sometimes with the best intentions, how impactful stigma can be to be creating barriers. Okay, so, we've already touched on this a little bit with the, zip codes, right? But the socio-economic factors, as well as just the availability of education in certain communities. Right, so socioeconomic factors, we know that the risk of HIV increases when people have limited access to quality healthcare, to housing, to HIV education, right? If you look at the southern states, right, you saw how high the prevalence and incidence of HIV is. Many of these rural counties have very few HIV experienced providers, not to mention the stigma of going in and asking for an HIV test, but where do you go to get your care? What if these people have to travel 2 hours to find a provider that actually knows how to treat HIV? Talk about a barrier. Who has the time to drive 2 hours each way to go see a provider, right? And then with PrEP education and awareness, right? We're not doing a good job of getting PrEP to the people that need it the most. Okay, if we look at US statistics, let's say about 25%, we can talk about, the CDC had come out with estimates that there's about 1.1 million people living in the US that could benefit from PrEP. How many of those people do you think are accessing PrEP? Absolutely, right? So you can see some of those data here, right? Among men who could benefit from PrEP, about 34% are accessing PrEP. Among women who could benefit from PrEP, only 12%. Among all races, everyone who could benefit from PrEP, again, about 30% are accessing it, but among Black individuals who could benefit from PrEP, only 11%. So we see disparities across the board when we're talking about HIV treatment, prevention, incidence, prevalence, and we see it again here. This was a report from a site that looked at all of their Black women who came in who were eligible for PrEP. It was several hundred from what I remember, and about 30% of them got referred for PrEP. So they had the discussion, they identified the risk, they referred them to a provider to PrEP. Only 8% of them were linked to a PrEP provider. Only 5% of them actually received PrEP. So again, in that prevention cascade of care, there's so many points where people can drop off, and when we create more barriers. All right, so let me pause here for a second and just see if how's everyone doing? Any comments or questions? And then I'm going to keep a close eye on time. I know we have about 15 minutes left. We'll go through some of these cases to illustrate some of the barriers and things that yeah.
Okay, so talk about limited access to care once again at the high desert. Here I am living with HIV for the past 34 years. Since living in my community area, it has literally taken me over 3 years to establish HIV medical care services in the high desert. Okay, that is unbelievable. Okay, now can you imagine, individual who does not have any knowledge of their condition or anything, they can remain untreated, you know? And especially in our Hispanic community, if you call and try to schedule an appointment and they tell you that services are not available or they're calling the wrong clinic, they're just gonna say no, they're just gonna say, okay, you know, because they're not used to advocating on their behalf. For us as Latinos, if you tell us no, we'll say, okay, no, pues no, you know, que no hay servicio, right? They'll say, well, services are not available, and they'll just move on, right? But like I said, it's taken me 3 years and I'm still working on it to establish medical care services, because a provider will not see you in face-to-face. They'll want to do telehealth services, and I will not submit my care to someone that is not willing to put hands on me. I will not settle for that.
Thank you for sharing. Bridget? Here I go. I know, I'm like, I'm gonna hide.
I'm totally
Go
kidding.
ahead.
What I wanted to highlight was that in your, on one of the slides, you talked about stigma causes hurt. But I really want to highlight the fact that hurt translates into trauma when you do it often enough. So like what you were just talking about with not being able to establish care, that's trauma. And those kinds of things happen over and over in communities of color, and not just communities of color, but for our trans folks too, who experience trauma over and over again. And it's such an important part of the cascade, I think, that gets missed. It's not just you hurt my feelings, it's you're creating a space of trauma.
Okay, so we'll touch a little bit more on these through these cases. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay. So the first one is Elizabeth. She's a 68-year-old Black cisgender woman. She's transferring primary care providers because her provider retired. She's had unintentional weight loss of 16 pounds, which she says, oh, it's just stress, right? She's a retired teacher. She's recently widowed. She lives alone in South Carolina. She has 2 adult children who are, you know, good support for her, helping her with her finances. And you can see her medical history. She's hypertension, osteoporosis. She's on meds for both. And then she gets diagnosed with HIV. Okay. CD4 count is 154, viral load is 600,000. This is reminding me of the patient you brought up, right? She is not someone who just got exposed to HIV a year or 2 ago. She's been living with HIV probably for on the order of 7 to 10 years, if I had to guess, right? So why did she go so long undiagnosed? You know, what are some of the things that come to mind when you hear this story? What was that? Low perceived risk, right? By her provider? Yeah. And it could be both, right? She was clearly married. She just was recently widowed. Maybe she thought she was in a monogamous relationship. Maybe she thought her risk was low. Her provider too said, oh, you know, this is Elizabeth and I've met her husband. They're great. Like, don't think about the risk, right? Now she's losing weight. She's 68. People are like, oh, we should all have cancer screening, right? But somewhere along the line, obviously this provider finally said we should probably screen her for HIV. Thank goodness, right? But this is why sometimes people fall through the cracks, because they don't fit the typical perception of who is, you know, going to get HIV, right? Yeah.
So what would be a trigger for the doctor screener for HIV at this point? He hadn't screened her in the 7 to 10 years you said she could have had it. Why now?
Well, this patient went to another doctor.
Oh.
Her primary care provider retired, and the new provider said, we're going to do a full physical. And guess what? I talk about sexual health with all my patients. I don't care what color you are, what race you are, how old you are, right? And so that's how that was ultimately picked up, right? I think I saw a hand, yeah.
I wonder if the poor outcome in the Black community for HIV doesn't reflect the whole general experience for Blacks in this country. The maternity mortality is just, there's no other organized country, civilized country that has our rate. And are they connected? The discrimination, the
Stigma.
the stigma, but also the medical community has learned practices that are not kind to Black people. They make larger numbers before they're seen for follow-ups for like kidney disease, lung function, and it's baked into our system completely. And that's what's happening with HIV also. It reflects the poor healthcare that we're providing for minorities.
Absolutely. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but I appreciate your passion. It's true. Everything you say is true. And there isn't one single answer to this, right? Like you said, this has been, it's a major kind of shift that needs to happen, right? To look at whole person care and not look at preconceived notions of what maybe the provider coming in is thinking, biases, things like that. Let me take the.
We hear about the big Tarvies and these other drugs that they're taking now, the PrEP medications. But what about the you don't hear about the education part of it, and especially like in her case, in Elizabeth's case, maybe she knew about it, but she didn't want to tell nobody about it because of the stigma that's attached to it. She didn't want her family to hear about it. She didn't want her friends or neighbors to hear about it. So I think it's incumbent upon the medical community to start putting the word out, even as just a public service announcement saying that these things happen. And when they happen, there's a way to navigate them.
Yeah. And we have, like you said, we have really effective treatment. But we need to know the diagnosis, right? So, so let me go on because you guys have brought up a lot of the things that are coming. So, what are some of the impacts of a late diagnosis of HIV? Just thinking about Elizabeth, right? The psychosocial impact is huge. The stigma, like you brought up. Maybe she did know. Maybe she didn't know she had risk, but she was always scared to get tested. Because if you don't do the test, you don't ever have to acknowledge the consequence, right? The result. So the stigma, the isolation, right? Like you said, again, maybe she doesn't want to tell her family or her social network. Now she's alone in living with HIV. I saw this all the time in my patients, where the only place they were their true selves was at the clinic, because there we knew them as someone living with HIV and they could be open and honest about all that. But in their regular life, it was completely different, right? And how hard that is to maintain, right? So the isolation of that, economic challenges, fear of death, right? We talked about earlier today, this morning also, like some people still think HIV is a death sentence. Sorry, am I moving around too much? I'll try and stand still. And of course, depression. So some of the interventions, someone brought up peer support earlier, and just, really creating that supportive social network is so critical. The support groups that are, geared towards Black women living with HIV, so that they can meet people that look like them, that have shared experiences, right? So that cannot be oversaid. The knowledge, again, this came up in your comments as well, right? Education, normalizing the discussion around risk and testing and, treatment and all of that, right? That can really help. And then therapy, right? That therapy really helped to decrease anxiety and depression. These are all different qualitative studies that are being referenced here. Okay, so I don't really want to spend a lot of time on drug-related data, but this is just showing that, we do look at this, right? Typically people who are what we call late presenters, that are diagnosed while they're at a time late in infection where their CD4 counts are very low, their viral loads are very high, like Elizabeth, that the medicines we have today, you mentioned Biktarvy, this is a Biktarvy study, work just as well in those individuals as they do in people with high CD4 counts. Okay, so there shouldn't be an idea from the patient's perspective that it's too late, right? It's never too late. So these drugs work very well. Our modern, ART drugs work very well. Okay, so let's move on to Shantae. Shantae is 17 years old, Black woman. She goes to clinics seeking birth control, and they do routine STI testing, and she tests positive for HIV. Okay. She lives in Baltimore with her parents. She's planning to attend college in the fall. Her OBGYN is not sure what to do with these results. So you know, we talked earlier about how do we get OBGYNs and primary care doctors testing? This is a question we get a lot. What do I do if they test positive? You know, so this is an example, right? She did the OBGYN doctor did the testing, but he or she wasn't comfortable sharing the diagnosis. And so now this person gets referred to, you know, whoever we are on the other side. She has had sexual intercourse only 3 times with her first boyfriend ever in her life, her first partner. She's otherwise pretty healthy, asthma, some allergies. You can see she's fairly probably recently exposed. She's only been sexually active for a year, so it can't be any longer than that. CD4 count's still very good, 780. Viral load is 20,000. So very different than our last case, right? So what are some of the things you think about with Shantae? Peer support, Bridget said.
We talk about physical, we talk about CT, but also like to relations, normalizing neuroscience, as we know, with reservoirs are in our brain as well. So helping them to continue on a path of making by supporting their cognitive.
Absolutely, absolutely. And getting her on treatment right away, right? So she's someone who we are lucky enough to catch her kind of early in the course. And we know all the things we talked about earlier that she would benefit from getting started on treatment right away. Her viral load's very low. You know, we can set her up to have really a good normal lifespan. HIV shouldn't be the problem, right? But I actually had a very, very similar, when I saw this case, I was like, oh my gosh, patient when I was in practice. I think she was 17 or 18 also. Beautiful young Black woman. And she had her first boyfriend, much older than her. I think he was like 35. And, you know, the questions I have with this is, you know, she's going to have to deal with her relationship. Did he know he was positive and not tell her? My patient's partner did know. Okay. And this is, again, many years ago. This is before we started treatment early. So if I remember correctly, the partner, you know, knew that he was positive, but he had a high CD4 count. And at that time, we used to watch and wait. So he wasn't on treatment, and therefore he was viremic, and therefore he could pass the virus to her. So he did know, he didn't tell her. And she stayed with him for a long time, right? So back to trauma. Right. So I think, you know, this case to me brings up a lot of other things besides the HIV is the easy part, right? We know we can get her on meds and she'll be fine, but it's everything else around her experiences.
I can't hear you. We can't hear that. Then it also brings to the fact about disclosure and state regulations or legislation around that. In fact, she lives in Baltimore versus the other case study that lives in the South, and how does she then navigate that as she progresses there?
Absolutely. You know, and things like showing up on your parents' insurance, you know, not only she's gonna have to deal with her partner, but what about her parents? You know, how does she disclose this to them?
Yeah, just looking at this experience, it brought me back to my old job when I worked in addictions, and how there was a team of folks that would come into the emergency rooms if someone had an overdose, and then they would offer long-term residential, short-term residential, any type of treatment to those individuals. And it was kind of like a reactive kind of team for that experience. I wanted to know if that same type of format is used when cases like Shantae being positive and OBGYN having that awkward conversation, is the immediate response there as well? And is that a case by case or program by program type of situation? Because I think that could be very, very, very good for any patients that go through this experience.
And that can make all the difference, right? If we play this out as an OBGYN who awkwardly gave this patient her diagnosis, didn't know what to do with it, told her she should go follow up with an HIV specialist and let her out the door, you know, what's likely to happen there, right? Fear, denial, just that patient could disappear and then live with HIV for 10 years before addressing it, right? So versus, and you said it's definitely an institution, you know, if that patient was tested at, you know, DAP, right? They have immediately can swoop in with those resources, link that person to care that day, probably get her started on treatment same day, right? So very different experience, and that makes all the difference. Yeah.
Thank you. And also something is the OBGYN needs training. Because, okay, we learned that you were fearful of providing medical information to a patient, which that's serious. So now let's help you so that you can be ready when it happens again.
Absolutely. Right? Like on the one hand, bravo, you tested, right? But then we need to, it's like, what's the next barrier? What else can we do to support this person so that they can really provide comprehensive testing and care? It's a very good point. Okay. So, you know, we talked about, right, she's someone who should be started on treatment right away based on today's guidelines, right? So this was a study that came out of San Francisco where they looked at their San Francisco surveillance data and they wanted to see over time, this is 2011 to 2016, what percentage of newly diagnosed people in San Francisco get started on ART within a month. Okay, so this is even quite rapid start, but just, you know, starting in a timely fashion and within a month. And you can see that increased over time. Right, and that kind of tracks with our guidelines, right? I talked about in the early years, we used to watch and wait. Then we realized, oh, it's an inflammatory disease. We need to treat early, then regardless of CD4 count. So by 2016, about 72% started within a month. Better, but look to the right. When they did an analysis of who was less likely to be prescribed ART within a month, what are the top 3 things on that list? Okay, so why? I'm going to skip over this. We're back to bias and stigma, right? I mean, I don't know the answer to the why, but healthcare providers we talked about earlier could have some implicit biases. Maybe they're like, well, Shantae's only 17 and she's got to deal with all these other issues, telling her parents, and there's no way she can handle starting meds today. Right? You take that power out of that patient's hands when you do that, right? But that's implicit bias, right? This second reference that I'll talk about now was fascinating to me. They actually recorded first visits at a healthcare center. They had like almost 400 visits that they recorded. And then they went through the transcripts of those visits and, you know, compared the content that was discussed. And they found healthcare providers were less likely to engage in an emotional conversation with their Black patients new to HIV care. Why? You know, why is this happening? Right? And then if that happens, you know, many of you have brought up how important it is to have a good relationship with your provider, that trust, right? A patient-provider relationship. If you don't trust your provider, what's going to happen? Fall out of care, right? So distrust drove decisions to disengage from treatment. Okay, I know I'm out of time, so, oh, yeah.
Hello. So I think another contributor to why women are not connected to medical care as quickly as gay men is because there's not targeted testing programs for women. And so a lot of the diagnosis of new positives come from targeted testing. And so these are, you know, funds that support, you know, team of testers and counselors, as well as sometimes support linkage to care coordinators. And sometimes it's that linkage to care coordinator who's doing the hand-holding, taking them from the testing into the medical care. And we don't have those same systems for cisgender or transgender women.
Oh.
I was just saying to piggyback on that, when you go into clinics, they don't
They're not looking like a place that's welcoming to women. They are, you lump everyone together, and the messaging must be very clear that we each have unique needs. And there's also interpersonal violence that is a existing trauma that may prevent a woman from going into clinic. And so you have to meet her where she is in a space, in a sanctuary that is comfortable and unique for her and her circumstances.
So if you go back a slide, I'd like to talk or unpack a bit about why we perceive that to be implicit bias based on race on the part of the healthcare provider. The healthcare provider is acknowledging a bias in the most traditional sense of the paradox, right? It is a bias. It is a form of discrimination. It's not something that cannot be articulated as in the case of implicit bias. So I think we should reframe just a bit how we talk about implicit bias in the context of healthcare providers. The providers are saying outright that they're not having these HIV-related conversations with their Black patients.
Well, they're not. And this analysis, it was just, they listened to the transcripts of these visits to see that there were differences in how the same subset of providers spoke to patients who were Black, new to HIV versus those that were not. And, you know, I think when we talk about biases, there's ones that we may be aware of about ourselves, and we may try to check those things, but there's a lot of other unconscious bias that happens, you know, and it's not putting blame on anyone. It could be with intention, you know, with good intentions, but they don't know, right, that they're doing this until someone calls them out and says, do you realize, I just listened to the transcripts of all your patients this morning, how differently you talked to these patients versus these patients, right? So, you know, I mean, no one gets a pass in this, but I'm saying that we have to talk about it because it raises awareness about, you know, even at Gilead, we had to take a whole course on unconscious bias. And it was really eye-opening, you know. A team of healthcare providers.
Hello.
Collectively did not talk to Black patients about HIV.
Why don't we give the mic back to her?
Well, this is one study. Yeah. Right. In this
study, the entire team of healthcare providers did not talk to their Black patients about race.
That when they compared, again, this is qualitative research, so they compared the transcripts of these encounters, and these are the things they pulled out as being different. I don't know how many providers were in that practice. I'd have to go back to the reference and see, you know, how they were actually categorizing, right? With qualitative research, it's very challenging to take statements and, you know, and put them into categories of types of statements.
That's exactly what.
We're gonna go with one, maybe two more questions so that we can move on to.
Okay, I just had a comment about what Danielle had said too. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about cultural humility in the healthcare system. And I think people like yourself and the other doctor who spoke earlier, you know, need to talk to your peers and the doctors and educate them, because everybody knows who's African-American. If an African-American female goes into a doctor with pain, some of the doctors will say, okay, she's drug seeking. If a white woman comes in, she's gonna get the medication that she's asking for, you know. And people who know me, and there's a couple of people in this room who know me, I always say, if Serena Williams, who is globally known all across the world, can tell her doctor 3 times while she's pregnant, hey, something's wrong with me, and be ignored, then the regular Black woman in America is just dicked. You know, so it's a big deal, and it's something that really needs to be said. Black people don't like to go to some doctors because they are treated differently. They're made to feel small. They're made not to speak up. They're already, you know, looked at when they come in the room, and the doctor's already thinking, okay, this is what they're doing, and when it's not. So, and when you have a community that experiences so much and already dealing with disparities anyway, then, you know, you wonder, well, I wonder why they didn't come to the doctor. She's been HIV positive 5 years. Well, the doctor treated like shit 5 years ago. You know, so those are things that need to be discussed in the medical field and in the government entities. I work for one, so, you know, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you all.
You good?
No, she stayed. Oh, okay.
We also have to clarify distrust and mistrust. Distrust is, I feel like, the mistrust is evidence that everyone has spoke about that has said, I have clear evidence as to why I feel like this, and you have shown me that there is a reason for me to mistrust or, to mistrust.
So she was talking about the difference between distrust and mistrust for those of you who didn't hear that, because there is a difference between distrust and mistrust.
Well, and I think this is why spaces like this, where both people with lived experience and their providers can come and talk about these issues, are so incredibly important. Because sometimes we feel as service providers who are not in the medical field, right? Like you're preaching to the choir. Whereas if more information like this and more cultural humility trainings, more trauma-informed trainings were to happen in the medical system, so much of this could potentially be addressed. And there's just not enough, care and forethought for that to happen. So something needs to change within our medical system.
Absolutely. Definitely. So I want to thank you all for, contributing to this discussion. I really appreciate the comments and that we spoke in this room with each other. This is something, we're not going to move the needle, to your point, if we don't have these discussions. And if we don't bring this experience to other places we go to say, it makes a difference to talk about it, right? So we may not get everything right the first time, but we're here and we're talking about it. And again, I really appreciate your attention and all of your thoughts and comments. Thank you.
So I used to have a nursing school professor. His name was Mr. G. We always remember the good ones and the bad ones, right? So Mr. G was one of the good ones. And Mr. G would always say, "Did you learn something, students?" Did you guys learn something just now? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I love this. Okay, so time-wise, we're a little behind, but that's all right, because we're where we're supposed to be, how we're supposed to be, and that conversation was important, right? So that's what it's about. So we're gonna do our second set of breakouts. So you're gonna go to something different. Or maybe you really, really enjoyed where you were. Do it again. We are swapping places, however, okay? So now chair yoga is gonna be in here. And Carla's talk is gonna be in the other room. I'm still in the same place, in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner, but I'm okay with it this time because I got the big room. So let's go to the breakouts. After the breakouts, we have a little space for a break. We are going to be back in this room at 1:45. What time?
1:45.
So back in this room, 1:45. I'll see you soon.
to go to the Joshua Tree Music Festival and Bhakti Fest. And that's how I would like cover up. I'd like, you know, but it was wet and then it just dries and then you make it wet again. These are little tips for living in the desert where it's so hot. Oh, those frog tog things like that. I love that. I love that too. So are we on Zoom right now? We're on Zoom. Hi, everybody. Is my mic on? Oh, I'm on. Oh, okay. I'm on. I didn't know. Are you participating? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, let us begin. I'm Jeevani. I live here in Palm Springs and I've been teaching yoga for 20 years this year. I started with Kristen at Urban Yoga. So just so that I don't forget, you can come up here after and there's a certificate for 2 free classes that you can choose to come to DAP or to the park. So that's wonderful. And I've been doing yoga for almost 35 years. So my practice looks very, very different than when I started at 18. And now my life, my body, everything has changed. And what I love about yoga is that it can change with us. So it really serves us where you're at in this moment today. Today might be different than yesterday or tomorrow. So what I invite you to do is really stay connected to your breath. And that keeps us in the present moment. You know, this practice, sometimes you're practicing and like you have a thought and it's like, oh, I'm thinking, grab your mind, pull it back. And so it's like this practice of yoking the mind to stay focused right here in the most integral part of this is the breath. So what I love to do is we'll do a little breathing. I want to get you all grounded first. So first of all, you know, when we sit in a chair, and chair yoga is an amazing way to make it accessible to virtually everyone, right? Sometimes it's harder to get down on the ground. What I will recommend, however, is if you were able to get on the ground, to do that at least once a day for the rest of your life, because then you're always using those muscles to get back up. But we're in the chair today, so we don't have to even think about that. When you do sit on the ground, if you lift your hips even slightly with a small pillow, a blanket, that can just soften your back. I work with chronic back pain every day of my life. It's just part of my life now. So these practices will help. Everything helps. Motion is lotion. I shared with the other class. I love this mantra. Motion is lotion. Keep moving. We got to keep moving, right? It helps to lubricate our joints. So we just want to be able to keep moving and enjoy our lives. So look down at your feet. Make sure that they're grounded. When you do this in a chair, you want to feel your sitting bones root down and connect. And I would have you do this on the mat as well. I always do this, internally rotating the thighs. So you'll find where the inseam of your pants, or if you imagine that you're wearing pants, you draw the inseam down and in and lift the outer seam up and out. And we do this on both sides. And what that does is create a little bit more space in your sitting bones, and it should open up your lower back. So every time I sit, I do this, especially on the ground is what I mean. But when we're doing this here and just getting focused and present, it's a really good thing to do. The reason being, you want to be able to sit up tall to receive your breath. So when you collapse, right? A lot of us on the computer, on the phones, in the couch slouch, it's a real thing, right? So we need to think about opening this way to combat this. And I like to just show this. This is an exaggeration. If this is your neck, that's a C shape. When you look down, it flattens. I just heard recently it's called tech neck. I don't know why I never heard that before. This is a thing, right? Our practice looks different today, maybe, than 5,000 years ago when this started. The body is different. So you do what feels comfortable. If anything that I invite you to do doesn't feel good, absolutely don't do it. If it feels good, breathe into it. There's 2 types of pain, delicious pain and dangerous pain, right? So delicious is like, I can breathe into it. It feels good. I really want to do this more. It feels really good. Even though it hurts a little, you can breathe. When you cannot breathe and it's like, that doesn't feel good, that's where you don't do it. And then you either back off, come out of it, don't do that like that, or you change it up. I'm just giving you these points of reference so that it puts in your mind. I just want to plant seeds for you all so that you have something to take away today that you do for yourself every day of your life. You have 1 minute a day, give yourself that. 5 minutes, whatever you can make time for. So now, sitting, and looks like you might feel better even if you took your heels off. Just so you can feel your feet, if that's all right. Yes. So barefoot is actually really good outside too. It really helps us connect to earthing. Good. I love it. In fact, I'm going to join you. You don't have to, but if you want to, it's like there's something really nice about just like feeling connected. Grounding. Earth is our foundation. So feel that centeredness, open up your spine, and let's get grounded. So we'll circle index and thumbs. This is yoga for the hands. Hands up or in. I switch it up every day. See what feels good. Close your eyes, draw your senses inside, settling into the beauty of this present moment, the gift of the present time. Feel the earth supportive below, this sacred land beneath us, ancestral home and present day home of the Kauai Indians. The sacred waters that flow beneath our soil here, the springs, as well as our aquifer where we get our water. Going deep to the center of the earth, the fiery molten core. We honor the elements of earth, water, and fire below, within, and around us. As you breathe in, receiving sacred air into the lungs all the way to the heart space. The heart chakra, anahata, it rules our circulatory and respiratory systems, most integral to our hatha yoga practice. Honoring sacred space in the neck and the throat, stretching the crowns of our heads towards the sky. We open up to receive heaven energy as it pours in from above. Find your breath now. Check in with the depth and the speed. With intention, begin to slow it down. Deepening your inhalations, start to lengthen your exhalations, seeking balance in the breath and ultimately throughout our practice. Remembering the breath. This makes this practice of yoga different from others. As we stay connected to the breath, we limit our chance of injury or re-injury, and it is perhaps the best way to keep your mind focused in the present moment. When your mind wanders, pull it back. Again and again, come back to the breath. Bring the palms together now at the heart. Anjali Mudra. The palms press evenly into one another, create balanced action between the hands. Set any intention that you might like. This time at the beginning of practice when we're quiet is always a beautiful opportunity to find that clarity, what you're seeking within you and around you. Visualize it, name it as you call it in. And as you pause here, just considering that when we set intentions, it's that first step, it's that first thought as we move forward, manifesting our dreams. So I'm going to tune you into the heart chakra as you sense your heart, the expansive nature of your heart. We'll drop into Ujjayi Pranayam, victorious breath, drawing sound to the back of the throat, breathing over the vocal cords, to and from the throat center, from the nostrils when the nose is clear. And if your nose is not clear today, then you'll just breathe however you can, whenever you need to. If you're not familiar with this breath, you can find the collarbones. To the center and above is that hollow spot that draws in. At first, you might open your lips as you breathe into the fingertips. And as you exhale from your fingertips, imagine fogging up a mirror or your sunglasses before you clean them. Now closing the lips, try to create that same sound. A little softer with the lips closed. Take an inhale and exhale. Bring your hands to the top of the thighs, chin in towards the chest. Feel how the weight of the head as you bow the chin forward helps to open up the back of the neck and shoulder tops. Take fingertips, middle and index work well to find your occipital points. So at the skull crest, the base of the skull, these two kind of bony points on either side of the spine. Make a few circles, 5 to 10 in one direction. See how that feels depending on how quickly you move. And then going in the other way. See if you're holding tension here. Many of us hold quite a bit. You can also open your jaw and just release. We're just trying to let go of tension. Now, interlacing the hands, the index mounds in the ball of the hand will rest on those two occipital points. Root down through your sitting bones as you inhale. Lift your heart, head back, elbows open up nice and wide. Feel that, bring your shoulder blades together. And as you exhale, gently curl inward. Inhale, hearts up, head back, and exhale, curl in. And inhale, and exhale, and inhale, and exhale. And one more. And then inhaling up, drop the shoulders down. This is chalice pose. So think of your favorite goblet that you love drinking out of, and you become this vessel, a vessel for love, for goodness, for sweetness coming through you. Wiggle your fingertips. In remembrance, hands are an extension of our hearts, how we give out in the world, how we open up to receive the blessings coming. And now through your feet and through your seat, pulling up this wonderful spring energy from beneath us. Fill up your cup, filling up your heart. We breathe it in. Now, releasing anything you don't want or need into the earth. And that sound of helps us to let go. Sometimes we pick up energies that aren't even ours. We carry weight on our shoulders, not even our own burdens to bear. So sometimes it's just nice to release, give it to the earth, right? Mother wants to take care. She gives us everything. She's here to support. So that's one way. And I think everyone liked this other little practice, which is giving it to the heavens. So here we have the hands right, for women, it's right at the womb space, the second chakra level, Dantian, this creative energy center. And here we use the snake sound, so kind of spirit of the desert. I love it. And what we'll do is inhale up to the eyes, and then we'll flip our hands up, and I'll just do one so you can see. So it's like this, I inhale up. And I'm gonna have you do that 3 times with me. So we'll start right now, counting 1, inhale up, lips. Letting go, giving it to the heavens. Inhale up. Good, and one more inhale. Feels great, right? So these are really good tools that I love to share with you, just so that you have ways to let go of energy if you're holding that you don't want, let it go. Also, just shaking your body, you can stand and do that. Shake it all out. It's all good. Good. And now we'll just open up, out to the sides, just opening up. Good. And then just making some circles. Inhale up and exhale. Just think of even swimming into the air. Inhale and exhale, inhale and exhale. Bring those hands back to your heart. So it's so nice to just always come back to the heart. You can also tap the thymus glands up here that rules Anahata, the heart chakra. So opening up and just feeling that infinite light. The word Anahata, it means unstruck, uncored. This is the part of us that is unhurt. Nothing can touch this part of us. This is your purest self. The pure light, the love, the infinite love in you is right here. So just always coming back to this beautiful place that can never be touched. So that means unstruck, uncored. Beautiful. Now we're going to take a little twist. Inhale up and exhale to your right side. So left hand about mid-thigh, right hand right onto the side of that chair. Good. Inhale, lift up and lengthen, vertical spine. As you exhale, anchor through your right sitting bone, stack up your twist, moving in from the hip, then the waist, then the ribs, then look over the shoulder. Bend your left elbow. Pull yourself into this upper back, this left shoulder blade opening. Take your right hand, give it a little massage, and just feel how much we hold. We hold quite a bit here. Most of us, this is one of our trigger spots. I love to just awaken the spot. You know exactly where you're working with. Ask this area to soften, to let go. It's okay to release. Use those exhales to let go. Bending the elbow, pull yourself in a little deeper. Every exhale, pull your belly in towards the spine. So we're massaging those organs. Right hand by the side. Each inhale, lift up and lengthen. Every exhale, twist. Twisting a little deeper. You can hold the other edge of the chair, pulling yourself in. You might wrap your arm around the back. Whatever feels good. Take it only as deep as your body invites. Keep thinking about creating a vertical spine. The central axis of the body is the spine around which we turn. Every exhale, pull the belly in. We're massaging those organs. This practice of twisting is considered detoxifying. We release impurities. We help that process of letting go. Inhale, come on back to center. Right arm lifts up at shoulder level. Exhale, ear towards the shoulder, opening the left side of the neck. Just this alone opens you up, yeah? So you can ask these muscles to soften, to let go. I feel like, you know, something really happens in the brain when you touch an area. You can do this with each other too. You see someone's shoulders like tensing up and you just come behind them, just reminding us to just try to soften a little bit more. Bring the hand by your side. Let that arm be heavy. As you inhale, lift up. As you exhale, stretch and extend through your fingertips. Inhale, lift up. Exhale, reach out, extending away. Sometimes just this alone is enough. If you want more, you can add more weight with the hand at the upper ear, more conscious reach and extension through your fingertips. See what your body invites today. And then hand by the side. Let the shoulder release down and the right arm stretches up. So you might hold on to the chair. I think that feels a little more secure, right? And that way you can get a little deeper into that stretch. Think about this right outer hip anchoring down, breathe into the hip through the waistline. The intercostal muscles are those little muscles between the ribs. We open up. You might gaze up. How does that feel on your neck? Maybe looking forward or down is better. What feels the best? Always choose the variation that feels good in this moment. Reach that right hand back in space. Wiggle your fingertips 3 times. Let's rotate the shoulder. So inhale and exhale. You might track that movement with your eyes. Inhale and exhale. One more. Inhale and exhale. Pause at the top and then reverse. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. And we'll come back up. Seated. See if one side feels a little different. Happens pretty quickly, right? Reaching out through those hands. Inhale, extend up. Lift up and lengthen. As you exhale, twist. Right hand about mid-thigh, left hand close into your hip. Root down to extend up. Try to keep those feet grounded. I know, me too. It's like, I know we kind of want to do that, but you want to sit up as tall as you possibly can. Anchor through that left sitting bone. So always think about stacking your twists, moving in slowly from the hip, the waist, finally looking over that shoulder, bending the right elbow. Find this opening here. Left hand can reach around. Massage lovingly. Ask this area to soften, to let go. We hold so much. Keep bending here. Pull yourself deeper. Every exhale, feel that contraction of the belly. Accentuate it. Pull back and in more strongly. Look over your shoulder. Every exhale, belly in, pelvic floor as well. Draw it up and in. We strengthen from the inside. Pelvic floor is part of our core. So we squeeze out impurities, and then as you inhale, come on back. Now fresh blood and oxygen rushes into the spine. Exhale, ear towards your shoulder, opening the side. Ask these muscles to soften, to let go. Breathe it open. Draw the hand by your side, let it be heavy. Inhale up. Exhale, extending fingertips away. Inhale up. Exhale away. Inhale and exhale. I like to do this one from a chair. I like to do it seated. You could do it standing, any way that you like it. Add it into your life if it feels good. Now, holding onto that chair, just for stability, release that shoulder down, tame it down. Maybe you bend that elbow. Left arm stretches up and over, nice deep side stretch. Think about that left outer hip tacking down. Breathe into the hip, through the waist, through the ribs. Look up, forward or down. I kind of actually like this, like looking up to down, we floss the neck. So only if it feels good. Now reach that left hand back in space. We open up that lymph area under the armpit. Now our circles, inhale and exhale, rotations. Shoulder is our most mobile joint. Inhale and exhale, inhale and exhale. Feel into this 360. Inhale and reverse exhaling. Inhale and exhale, inhale and exhale. And coming back up. And just see how that feels. A lot more open, yes? Perfect. Try this. Interlace the hands. You could also hold the back of the chair if that's easier for you, and pull those shoulder blades together. Oh, awesome. That'll be super. You can interlace if that feels good. Inhale and exhale, hinge forward at the hips. Let the arms float up. A few breaths here. Coming back up, inhaling up. Good. Right ankle, can you cross it over? So you want to avoid this kind of knobby part of the ankle. Try to get that off of the thigh because that can be heavy and feel awkward. I would do this seated a lot. I try to do this in front of the TV on the ground. In front of the couch, watching the TV. I'm not going to tell you to multitask and do that. However, maybe if that gets you to do something every day, it's not a bad idea. So those of you that are barefoot, you get to love up the sole of your foot. If you're not, you can just still imagine. We have a whole map of our bodies in our feet. So that's why when we get a foot rub, the whole body feels so much better, right? It's amazing, right? We were talking about it in our last class, like, could you have too many foot massages? What does that look like? I don't think it's impossible, right? So we get into the foot. You can open the bones of the foot. It's basically from head to toe, the map of the body and the foot. So you can massage your big toe. This is the brain. The pituitary gland acupressure point is here. Pituitary controls our production of HGH, right? So HGH, human growth hormone, keeps us feeling young. So I'm like, keep that producing, keep it up. Yeah. Now you can thread your fingers through those toes. It's easier in warm water just to slip it in. It's kind of hard in the bathtub. So if you have a jacuzzi, something like that, And then wrap that index and thumb still around the big toe. And now rotate your ankle by using your hand. This takes us a little deeper. Ankle is one of our ball and socket joints. So we've got synovial fluid in there. We just want all of our joints to stay mobile, right? That's what I notice, you know, as I work with people right now. The two things I like to focus on is joint care and balance. That's things that we need the most as we keep aging gracefully. So pressing up and back on the foot a few times. So getting into there and then lifting that shin. See what's accessible. Oh yeah, you can put that over your head back there. I used to be able to do that. No more. Look at you. Oh my goodness. Wowzers. Holy cow. You are a fun bunch. My goodness. So we rock it open. And then here, one hand to the sole of the foot, the other to the top of the knee, swing it open. This becomes a Padmasana, lotus preparation. Oh yeah, no. Nobody's like, I know, I wasn't thinking about this part. It's all good. But this really helps to open up, right? So now bring the knee in front of your hip, cross that big ankle off. Hold at the top of the shin, the top. Now lift up your heart, inhale and exhale, hinge, ride the waves of the breath. Inhale up and exhale, pull your belly in and feel how as you ride the waves of the breath, imagine waves in the ocean. The inhale lifts us to the top white crest of the wave. The exhale retreating into the ocean. Feel how your spine naturally undulates as you ride your breath. Inhale up and exhale, release. Now, I'm not sure if this works in chair yoga, but I think it does. If you extend your legs out, can you feel like your right leg's extending a little bit longer? I see it. I see it a lot. You got like an inch. It happens even more on the ground, I'll just tell you, but we can still do it here. So, oh my gosh, look at you. Holy cow. All right, we're going to balance you out. You know, I'm not going to leave you lopsided. So what I didn't mention in the first side, just this is a hip opener. Just that. It hurts? Yeah. Yeah, it's outer hip, like, yeah. But it's okay. It's a delicious pain, right? Okay. It's okay. We can work with it. You can breathe. It's all good. So we're going to get into this foot just like we did before, if you like. So getting in there. But just sitting like this will open your hip, even if you did nothing, even if you don't focus on your breath. So I'd just like to mention that. So if you work with hip stuff, this also helps to stretch open the lower back. You can do this on your backside. I could show you a whole sequence. We could spend a lot longer. I could spend a lot longer with y'all. I would love to.
When you said, even if you do nothing, as women, what does that mean? Are we still doing something?
Always. We're always doing something. It's true. But when you sit like this, right? Yes, right? It's good. It's good just to really sense like, oh, that feels good. I'm going to do that more. Like just if you take one of these practices home, I would be so happy. And then come back for more. I'll give you more. So opening up, thread your fingers in there. Rotate your ankle. Can you feel that when you use your hand that it gets us deeper right into that ankle joint? We keep this motion. Go both directions. Press up and down a few times and then lift that shin. One side might feel like a completely different person. Harder. Yeah, me too. Oh, almost always. Most people are asymmetrical. You might have a tighter side. You have the hand that you write with, right? Some people that side is tighter. Sometimes the other side is compensating and doing other things, right? So I've been looking for patterns for 20 years. It's so different. It's really hard to see in people. Like you know, because we're all so different and different things happen to us every day, right? So it's all different. I'm sure that we're gonna balance out, finish up this little practice here. They told me I could have 30 minutes, so I didn't want to cut it short. Gotta balance you out. Okay, so knee in line with your hip. Lift up as you inhale, exhale, hinge at your hip, pull the belly in, inhale up, exhale, inhale up, exhale. Can you just feel how your spine naturally moves, right? We have 4 curves in the spine. We want to honor those. They help us to support, to carry us through life. Use your core as much as you can. Your abdominal muscles support your back, both in yoga and out there in the world. Every single exhale that you have, think about pulling your belly in. That alone could change your whole life. Inhale up, exhale. Let's stretch those legs out. Did they even out? Looks like it. Good. Perfect. So let's come back. Bring your hands to your heart again and close your eyes and just notice how you feel. So after just a little practice, has anything shifted? Has anything changed for you? It doesn't take long. It might just be a few breaths. So just tuning in, notice the difference. And you might come back to that intention that you set at the beginning of practice today. One step towards your vision of manifesting your dreams, our dream life. We create it together in community. Every breath is a gift. On the next inhalation, stretch your fingertips to the sky for victory pose. As you exhale, bring the thumbs to your brow. May we always know our truth. Inhale and exhale, hands to the throat. May we always speak our truth. Inhale and exhale, hands to the heart. May we always live our truth. Bowing to that light within you, that same radiant, beautiful, exquisite light that we seek, recognize, and find reflected in others. Namaste. Thank you all for joining me. Lovely. How do I disband?
Yeah. Give it to one of these. Let's see, the other one just stepped out.
One of these techies.
Thank you.
Okay. It was lovely to have you.
I know. What you all.
We all hooked up. My first.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Love that I didn't have to do that twice. All right. So we are going to get started with our next presenter, who is Christina Madison. Christina is a PharmD. I don't think that we in the HIV community take advantage of our pharmacists as a resource often enough. They are an underutilized source of information, an underutilized source of care, and an underutilized source of linkage to the care and information that we need. So I'm really excited. I'm going to let you kind of do your intro, and talk a little bit about yourself. But I cannot say enough. Thank you so much for being here and lending your particular kind of expertise to this conversation and to the talk. So thank you so much. Christina.
All right, I believe my mic is on and I have my clicker. And so before we get started, I want you all to stand up for me because it's the afternoon and I know we're a little tired, right? Okay, here we go. Here it comes. Come on, let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that may be. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Woo! All right. Now that we have gotten things started, because I love music and I love energy, as you can see, I brought the brightness to you all the way from Vegas. And today's presentation is all about love and sex and how much we should all be having it as much as we want and enjoying it. Charlotte, can I get an amen? Amen. Thank you. I'm not trying to take you to church, but I will if I have to. Okay? Okay. All righty then. Okay. So U equals you. It's a very important concept. It's a very important topic. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of it. I'm going to talk about some science, some data, and then we're going to dive into enjoying each other's company. And as we age, sometimes we need a little more assistance with enjoying each other's company. That might mean a little blue pill. That might mean some lubrication. Or it may just be having the conversation about how we want our pleasure. Okay? All right, so I'm going to start off with a quote inspired by the lovely Maya Angelou. In the face of adversity, love becomes our greatest resilience. Health, our most precious asset. So let us stand united, empowered, and fierce as women living with HIV, proving that love, health, and resilience can conquer any challenge. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for that in the back. Appreciate you. All right, so we are going to talk a little bit about U equals U. We're going to talk about health equity and HIV because, again, it's not just about things being equal, but things being just. And that is what the concept of equity is. We're also going to talk about challenges around stigma and discrimination, compare and contrast prevention strategies, determine how we can celebrate love and relationships. And last but not least, we're going to talk about best practices for incorporating sexual wellness, because it's the wellness, into our HIV care. All right, so what is U equals U? I'm sure most of us in the room know this concept, but let me remind you. So U equals U means undetectable equals untransmittable. So in 2017, the HIV Medical Association endorsed this concept and put out a consensus statement right in time for Gay HIV Awareness Day. Okay. So again, the science had been clear for many years. I just want to point that out. We knew that when folks had an undetectable viral load, that their chances of spreading HIV to their sexual partners was very low. But at the time, we couldn't prove it. Even when I first started doing this work back in 2007, we knew that they had a very low chance, but we couldn't say it out loud. We couldn't be like, okay, now I know you're doing really well with your treatment. And I know you want to go have some fun. But you still got to tell folks you're positive. And you still got to tell them that there's a chance. But guess what? I can tell you now that that's not the case. Because what's less than zero, folks? What's less than zero? Zero, nothing. Nothing. Don't be silly back there, Mindy. Don't you be giving me fractions and decimals. You're messing up my shtick. Zero chance. And we know this from about 200,000 individual sex acts. You think that's a lot of sex? I think that's a lot of sex. I mean, I didn't personally have it, but I'm just saying, I think that's a lot of sex. So where did the data come from? So we've got the HIV prevention treatment network, which a lot of our studies have come from. So we've got the HPTN, that was from the study 052, and then we've got the opposites attract, and then our partner 1 and 2 trial. So let's go through the science. So the Swiss statement, so this came back all the way back in 2008. And again, it still took us till 2017 to make that consensus statement, okay? So in 2008, the Swiss consensus statement said that they agreed that the emerging data and lived experience among clients demonstrated that a person living with HIV who had an undetectable viral load for at least 6 months and on antiretroviral therapy had no other sexually transmitted infections, had a negligible risk of transmitting HIV sexually. Okay, 2008. Took us almost 10 more years. Okay, I think the Swiss had something. They don't just have chocolate, right? Okay, next we've got our partners 1 and 2 trial. Okay, this is where a lot of that 200,000 sex acts came from. Okay, and not only was it in individuals of same gender loving, but we also had it in heterosexual couples. But at the time, that was information that we didn't have before. So this was a prospective study that looked at over 11,000 folks, heterosexual and gay, mixed status, from 14 European countries, partners living with HIV. They were on antiretroviral therapy and had undetectable viral load, and those results showed that there were 0 cases of HIV acquisition. The important thing here is that when they did see an HIV acquisition, it was because somebody stepped out, right? If the two, what we call discordant, right? So one partner's negative, one partner's positive. If they were continuing to have that relationship and were only engaging in intercourse with each other, there was 0 chance. But then as soon as somebody wants a guest star, somebody wants to have a friend, per se, that's when the HIV risk came back. Okay, so if you want your guest star, make sure they got a negative test. Okay, nobody said you couldn't. I'm not saying you can't, right? Just make sure we do that. That's all we have. Okay, I feel like we inspect our clothes more than we inspect our partners, right? Just have the test. That's all you got to do. It's easy. You can get it for free at home now. Did you know that? Last year, HIV testing day, which happens to be in June, Pride Month. Yay! CDC announced new program. You can get yourself a home test for free. In the mail, privacy of your own home, right? No excuse, people. Okay, opposites attract. We looked at same gender loving, serodiscordant couples in different regions of the world. Data from men in new relationships was included, which is very important because again, new sometimes means risky, right? Again, guest star, okay? This was important due to the high risk of transmission being in the first year of a relationship, and then documented detailed behavior and attitudes from participants with the questionnaire. So providing contextual information associated with HIV risk, their use of condoms, and then also negotiations among sex practices. So this is also something too that I want to really emphasize is that when you're having these conversations about negotiation of sex and what type of sex you want to have, it's also really important to talk about U equals U. Because again, we know that anal receptive sex is the highest risk for HIV acquisition. So when you're negotiating, right, when you're having a meaningful conversation around what sex acts you do and don't want to do, these are all things that need to be part of the conversation. So our HTPN 052 results were published in 2016. This was the largest clinical trial that had tested the concept of looking at the use of treatment as prevention, or TASP. And this involved another 1,700 mixed status couples, and no HIV infections were again transmitted by this. So we've got lots of data, right? So I like to say U equals love. You guys heard that before? No. I think we should put it on a shirt. Yeah. Right? So U equals love. So knowing this information is imperative. Knowing this doesn't just change perceptions, but it changes lives. And the reason for that is because when you know, not just in your heart of hearts, but you've got hard data to back it up that you cannot transmit your virus to someone else, that's empowering. That's life-changing. That's earth-shattering. Okay? Not only is this concept something that we should be talking with each other about as peers, but all of our providers should be talking about it, because there's hard data to say that when my provider tells me this information, it empowers me to be able to live and thrive, not just live, but thrive with an HIV positive status. So this is affirming, and it really shows that HIV is not something to be ashamed of. It's one tiny little piece of me, right? It's just like having high blood pressure or diabetes, right? I'm not a vector. I'm not a means for transmission. I'm a person that's deserving of care, compassion, and love. And most importantly, to touch, because I need to be touched. You saw that, right? You need to be touched. Intimacy, people. I have a very, very happy life. I have a very happy wife. I love my husband. Yes. And people always ask when they see us together, and Joseph can attest to it, why y'all like touching each other? Why y'all talking to each other? Why y'all like, somebody asked me the other day if we were newlywed, and I said, oh, that's so sweet. I said, what's your definition of newlyweds? We've been together 10, married 8. Is that still new? I don't know, maybe that's still new. We got past the 7-year itch. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about equity. So this concept, I think this graphic really helps too, because when we think about things being equal, right? That means everybody gets the same treatment, everybody gets the same support, the same benefit, but obviously this little person all the way to your right still can't see the game, right? It's equal, but that person feels gypped. I would, right? I paid my ticket, right? If things are equitable, that means that now we help people get the support that they need, right? Now, justice is really what we need to be getting to, okay? And this is where everybody can see the game without support, because that means that the system isn't broken and that people aren't suffering from systemic and structural racism, and that we are saying that you are worthy. Are you worthy? You're worthy, right? Last time I checked, you were. I woke up today and said I was amazing. I know I probably shouldn't say that, but I mean, I think there is something to be said about mindset, right? You're just gonna wake up and say, like, who's gonna love you more than you, right? I am on a journey of radical self-love. So you gotta love you or somebody else can, right? So this concept means that we are addressing those structural inequities, right? That's the justice side. So we got to get there, okay? And that's when all of those systemic barriers are gone. People are like, oh, the system's broken. Oh, there's all this shit. No, honey, the system is working exactly the way it was meant to suppress and oppress people that don't look like them. Okay, so we got to fix it. How do we do that? We got to talk about it. We got to define it. Can't fix a problem unless you know it's there, right? So the things that we know that impact our folks living with HIV are depression, anxiety, unstable housing, challenges with substances, smoking, and then stigma and discrimination, right? These are all direct links to and about having an HIV diagnosis, which we know disproportionately affects communities of color. So how do we make a difference? We do that with community engagement, education, right? I always tease and say I'm a recovering academician, but really I am an educator, right? I'm here for your edutainment, right? But ultimately, we have to educate people, because I will still tell you, I still meet people with a positive status that don't know about U equals U. And I'm like, how is this possible? We still have people that don't know about this concept. So we need to talk about it often, and we need to scream it from the rooftops, okay? And equitable access to testing and treatment. That means whole person care. That means status neutral. That means if you test, now I give you a pathway to getting prevention if you're negative. If you test, now I give you a pathway to getting undetectable because I give you quality care, okay? And then healthcare professionals that are representative of the communities that they serve. That is very important. Doing this work is not for the faint of heart. We have compassion fatigue. I know lots of healthcare professionals that just feel lost after the pandemic. And they feel tired. And they lost good people. So we need to care for the people caring for you. And we need to care for you too, right? And cultural humility, right? That means understanding that everyone comes from a different lived experience. And understanding that that lived experience may come from a place of trauma. And a lot of times comes from a place of historical and generational trauma. So what is the definition of stigma, right? Because we need to define it so that we can fix it. So HIV-related stigma is defined as prejudice, discounting, discrediting, and discriminating directly at persons perceived to have HIV or AIDS and groups or communities associated with persons who are infected. I think this is important to note because oftentimes we have issues with just guilt by association. So the fact that we have places where people can access care that have the words HIV or AIDS in them, in themselves, is discriminatory because people don't want to go to the place that says HIV and AIDS, right? How about we just call it wellness? It's healthcare. Can we just call it healthcare? Clinic, right? Because you're still getting care there, right? But just having those words is triggering for people and causes them not to want to seek care in some instances, okay? So stigma still remains one of the most significant barriers to ending the HIV epidemic. It's that shame, that feeling of not wanting to know, right? If I test, then I'll know. If I ask, then somebody's going to accuse me. Well, why do you want to know? Why do you think you need an HIV test? I still have providers doing that. Don't ask me questions you don't want to know the answers to, because you're not even comfortable with your own sex and sexuality. Because we need to get comfortable with ourselves, which is why we often see providers not wanting to talk about things. I'm super comfortable. Don't know if you noticed. I'm real comfortable. And I will tell you that my patients know that. So when I ask them, how do you enjoy sex? They feel like they can honestly tell me, right? Because I'm not all squirmy and like, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. I ask all my patients this question. Do you have sex with men? Do you have sex with women? Or do you have sex with both? Like, if I act like that, you ain't gonna tell me nothing. Because I'm acting like I'm all like, right? Like, versus what I show up as is what you see. And I'm like, hey, so I know it's Pride Month. What party you planning on going to? What rave you planning on hitting up? Yeah, EDC was a couple weeks ago. How was that? Did you find somebody? That's how you get people to come to you with their authenticity as their full, beautiful selves, right? So shifting the narrative from risk and stigma to safe and normal. This is a normal part of life. Last time I checked, sex was how most of us got here, unless your parents did IVF, right? Somebody's fluid had to get with somebody else's fluid to make you. There was an exchange of something, and then you came to this world, right? Okay, so reducing HIV-related stigma and all of the harmful consequences that come with it. So you equals you, that is the key. That's how we drastically change the narrative and how we can improve people's quality of life. So the Well Project, which is one of our sponsors, right? The effects of individual and interpersonal and structural HIV-related stigma. So all of these things, and I'm not going to go through the list because I am a positive person and I do not want to be a Debbie Downer, but it's here. These are all the consequences, and we need to get away from all of this, right? I don't want you to avoid the healthcare system because you're worried if you're going to be triggered or stigmatized or really re-victimized, right? Especially if you were a victim of sexual assault or intimate partner violence, or if you're in a situation where you feel like you can't get away from the partner that you're with, or you can't use a barrier method with your partner because they refuse to use it, right? So like this is what we're trying to avoid. So also HIV criminalization. So this is something that we need to just completely dismantle. So just to give you guys an example, I come from Vegas. I don't know if you know, but we have something called legal prostitution in my state. Yeah, they're brothels, right? So sex sells, right? We are all about sex in Vegas, right? However, up until 2022, we still had a law on the books that said that any woman that had more than 5 condoms on their person could be arrested for solicitation. 2022. That just happened. We just overturned that with our HIV Modernization Act. Also, the decriminalization of HIV, if you did not disclose your HIV status and had sex with someone, you could be arrested. There are laws like this all over the country. So we need to get rid of them, okay? Legislation. That's how we fix problems, okay? You can't just talk about it. You can't be like, have a gentleman's agreement, shake a hand. We need stuff that's administration proof, because the next person in office may not agree with your lifestyle. So you need to get it in the books. We need to change legislation. So, and as of August of 2017, there were still 34 states and 2 territories that had HIV-specific laws on the books that criminalized HIV. These laws can be used to prosecute alleged non-disclosure. So it's not even like you just have to be accused of it. You don't even have to, you could say you've disclosed, but if the person's like, I don't know what they talking about, they never told me nothing, you could go to jail. Okay, it's their word against yours. These laws disproportionately affect women in particular, because, you know, we the hoes. Right. So, and then we need to fight to change all of these laws. And really the stigmatizing of these laws, right? Because if you feel like, okay, if I test for HIV, I find out I'm positive, does that mean my family is going to disown me? Does that mean I'm going to get kicked out of my house? Does that mean that I'm going to be forced to live in the basement? I'm going to have to, eat off of different dishes. These are all things that have happened. Like recently, like yesterday, right? So if we can get the laws to change, we can be like, look, this isn't a crime. I'm not a crime, right? So that's where we start. And that's really going to help reduce stigma if we can get these laws off the books. So what are our prevention strategies? So how can we help everyone to get to a point where they understand I'm not a vector for disease or illness. I am a person that is worthy of care, compassion, love, and touching, right? Touching. So adherence to HIV medications. So that's number one. We want everybody to get to undetectable. And this concept around status neutral, where if you test, we get you access to quality care, right? So whether you're negative and we get you to prevention, or if you're positive, we get you to treatment. But it's this concept of status neutral. Everybody plays in the sandbox together, right? And then routine recommended vaccinations, making sure everybody's healthy. And we're also talking about STI prevention, right? Because guess what? Even if I get you and you don't got your HIV, you can still give yourself something else, right? Especially if you're not using the barrier method. Okay, and we know that if you have a concurrent STI, you're 2 to 5 times more likely to get and give an STI, which includes your HIV positive status. So you need to test, your partner needs to test, and your partner's partner needs to test. Because when you have sex with someone, you have sex with everyone they had sex with too, right? So we all got to test, okay? So, and then DoxyPep. Have we heard of DoxyPep? Do we want to know more about DoxyPep? Okay, so DoxyPep, 2 little pills. You take it 72 hours after you have your little romp around. We can prevent up to 60% of all cases of chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. Yeah. So as of right now, it is currently recommended for same-gender loving men and trans women or women of trans experience, but we are getting to the point where we are probably going to see it in cisgender women as well, okay? And here's the thing, we looked at it in cisgender women, but unfortunately, the study that looked at them that was conducted in Kenya, I believe, did not show positive results, but it wasn't because the DoxyPep wasn't working, it was because these women were not taking it. And if you don't take it, it doesn't work, right? So that's the kicker. Right? So they needed to take it. So they had no detectable levels of drug in their system, and that's why it failed. Okay? All right, so we got to take a sexual history. We got to talk about sex, right? Like I said in the beginning, a little salt and pepper, hey, right? We all got to talk about sex. So have you been sexually active in the last year? What types of sex are you having? Whom are you playing with? What holes do you use, right? Those are things that I need to know so I can help protect you, okay? And this is a routine part of all health, right? Sexual health is related to overall health and wellness, right? When we separate the two, we make it shameful, okay? Your overall health and wellness is your sexual health and wellness. Because if you're not getting it, that's gonna problem with your mental health, right? And if you're wanting it and not getting it, that's gonna cause you to have physical problems because you need a release. Okay? And that doesn't matter. Hey, you can be your own partner. You don't have to have someone else with you to get the done. We don't talk enough about self-pleasuring. Oh, you want me to? Self-pleasure. Self-pleasure is a thing. You only need yourself. You can use equipment or you can use what the God gave you. Okay? That's it, right? So you can have a partner, you can have a no partner. It's what makes you feel good. It's what makes you feel good. So, taking a sexual history. So the 6 Ps, if you have not heard of them before: partners, practices, past STIs, protection, pregnancy intentions, and then my favorite P, the last one, pleasure, right? So pleasure, problems, and pride. So if you guys haven't had a chance to take this survey, you can go to the National Coalition for Sexual Health.org/quiz, and you can take this quiz. How's your sex life? So you can find out. It's very cool. All right, so let's talk a little bit about my 6th P. So, pleasure. How do you enjoy sex? Be open to sexual experiences and new sexual practices. You never know. Problems. Sexual dysfunction. Pelvic exercises. Did you guys know that there are physical therapists that all they do is pelvic exercises? It is all about returning that pelvic floor. I'm telling you, life-changing. Okay? Medications. Medications can cause sexual dysfunction, right? And we just said that problems with stigma and discrimination cause depression and anxiety. The stuff that we take for the depression and anxiety can cause us problems with sex. Right? So which one? Do I have to pick my sexual health or my mental health? No. Get in another pill. Right? Right? Sometimes you need a touch of Lexapro, sometimes it's some Wellbutrin, but you got to find what's right for you, right? That's not causing you sexual dysfunction. Okay? And sometimes we may need a little blue pill. It's okay. And then there's topical agents, because sometimes when we get older, things get a little dry and crispy. So we need lube. And we need lots of it. Yes, I sure did. I'm so sorry if that was, pearls clutched, I know. If it's causing you problems with your sensibility, I'm just here to tell you the truth. If you want things to get where they're supposed to go and feel good, you need lubrication. Okay? All right. And then hormonal therapy, because when we get older, we all lose hormones. And it's not just us ladies. There's something called menopause as well. We lose the T, gentlemen. We do. So you need it too. Yeah, I'm going to get my estrogen and you're going to get your T. And we're going to have fun together. Yeah. And then lastly, pride. Embrace your sexual orientation and gender identity. Be out and proud. Fly that rainbow. All right, so role of testing. So know your status. Test often and know what's going on with your business. Okay, so being undetectable doesn't mean that you don't need to test, right? So I just want to make that real clear. So just because you're undetectable doesn't mean you don't need to test anymore, right? So we still need to test for STIs. And then there's a difference between treatable STIs versus curable STIs. Do you guys know the difference? Say that again, my dear. Oh, yes, ma'am, I surely will. Okay, so treatable. So HIV is what we would consider to be a treatable HIV, or excuse me, a treatable STI. HSV, herpes, also a treatable STI, right? But I can't cure it. HPV, treatable, but I can't cure it, right? Sometimes the immune system will eliminate it and get rid of it on its own, right? Okay, that is different from something that I can cure. I can cure chlamydia. I can cure gonorrhea. I can cure syphilis, right? I can even cure Mpox, right? Okay, I also have vaccines for Mpox as well. But do you see the difference? So one, I can treat you, but I can't cure you of it. One, I can cure you of it, which eliminates a lot of risk, right? For you getting and giving another STI. So our goal for everyone is if you have HIV, I treat it, you're good, and then I get rid of all the curable ones. Aha, you see? You're very welcome. So routine and regular testing means that both you and your partner stay healthy, right? It's just about staying healthy. It's not about anybody being upset or mad, right? I used to tell people all the time, best first date you could ever have is going to the health department. You and I together holding hands at the STI clinic. We find out everything and then we start anew, right? Because a lot of times if you didn't know that you had something, you may bring in something else that somebody else gave you and not even know. And it has nothing to do with you stepping out or being a sneaky link, any of that stuff, right? I'm still learning the terms. I'm sorry. I hope that's the right, right? It's a sneaky link. That's the thing, right? Okay. All right. I listen to the radio. Okay. So medication adherence, right drug, right time, right way. So these 3 R's I live by. So making sure you have your medication also, right? So if you don't have it, you can't take it. So be friends with your trusty pharmacist. We're here to help you. Okay. If you don't have your medication, you can't take it. So don't call me at 5 o'clock on Friday and say I'm no pills. Because I can't help you. Help me help you. Okay? I want to help you. Yes, I see you back there, you handsome devil. You right there. I see you. Okay, so make sure you always have access to your medications. Work with your healthcare provider and your pharmacy to ensure you always have access. Okay, so let's celebrate love. Let's talk about relationships. Okay, so U equals U allows individuals to express love without fear of transmission. Healthy relationships are built on mutual respect, love, and trust, and celebrating each other's health milestones should be part of the process of intimacy, right? So when you're healthy, you're happy, and you should be talking about that with your partner, okay? So celebrating love and relationships, there are many different ways that you can celebrate your relationship. Having a support system is key, and making sure that your social circle is also aware of your partner. Again, no sneaky links. Bring them around your friends, okay? Because that's how you get support, right? When things are not going well in your relationship, you're usually cranky, right? Your girlfriends, your boyfriends, they know. I mean, my friends know if like I'm having an issue. So talk to them about it. Celebrate when things are going well. And then use your peer network to talk through when things are challenging. Because relationships take work. Intimacy takes work, right? I got 2 little kids at home. My poor husband, he's like, you gonna schedule time with me? Right? And sometimes it's after the kids go to bed, right? Bedtime's the best time, right? But then mama's sleepy, so. Right? So you gotta make time. You gotta make time, okay? And ask for what you want. What a concept. Ask for what you want. If you ask, you probably shall receive. Ask. I will tell you, communication within your relationships, highly important. And if you do not communicate your wants and your needs, you shall not get them. Okay? Most of the reasons why relationships don't work is because somebody wants more sex and then they're having and not communicating it to their partner. Right? Because if you've got one person that's like, once a day, kind of friend, and you got someone over here like birthdays, holidays, that's not enough. So you got to meet somewhere in the middle, right? Maybe not every day, but maybe not only birthdays and holidays, right? So, because you only got one of those a year, that's not enough. That's not enough. At least, I don't know, it may be enough for you. I can't, again, I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, okay? So communicate your wants and needs, all right? And then supporting women and girls. We got to support each other, right? Yes, right? We're removing risk and stigma, okay? We're going to provide support, emotional support, financial support, right? And physical support. Because here's the thing, we all need money, right? So we got to support each other. And sometimes that may be, let me watch your kids so you can go on a date. That may be, if I hear about an opportunity for a job that could get you more money, I need to tell you about it. That could be introducing you to somebody that could give you a professional opportunity, right? What was that, my dear? Or that, or get you a friend, right? My grandma used to watch Murder, She Wrote. She was the cutest thing. I love her to death. And she would tell me all the time, you know, Christina, I don't think I want to be married, but I'd really like me a Seth. So if you ever remember that in the show, that Seth, do you remember Seth? So Seth was the friend in that show. So if you ever go back and look at Murder, She Wrote, she's like, I just want me a Seth. She didn't want, because she didn't want the drama, right? She didn't want to be married. She wasn't trying to sleep next to nobody. She just wanted a Seth. She just wanted somebody she could play with and then go home. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. So sometimes you just need your girlfriend to introduce you to a Seth. That's it. That's all you need. Okay. Catch and release. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Ooh, you're going to jail for that one. Ooh, you're going to hell for that one. Better tell the truth and save the devil. I heard you. Lord Jesus. Okay, importance of community. Okay, that's everybody in this room, right? It's the importance of community. Okay, having the support of your community is imperative. Giving communities the support they need to be able to help themselves, right? It's not about telling you what you need to do. It's about giving you what you need and then letting you do the work. I don't want safari activism where I come in and I'm gonna claim to save the day. I need to give you the tools to help yourself so it can be sustainable. Okay, utilize community health workers. We need to utilize community health workers, peer support, peer navigation, provide them with resources and support, and use the power of storytelling. That's what I came up here and did today, right? I'm sure you're going to remember something about what I said today. I don't know what it is. Oh, sneaky link. All of it. Okay. But you're going to remember whatever resonated with you because I used the power of storytelling. I didn't just read from my slide, right? I told you a story. I crafted a narrative. Okay. Use that. Talk about successes. Toot your horn.
That's right.
There you go. All right. So resources and information. We've got the Prevention Access Campaign. New York City Health Department has tons of resources. The Well Project, right? National Institutes of Health, and obviously the CDC. Lots of great places and information. So I wanted to highlight a few. So the Prevention Access Campaign, this is a global nonprofit specifically dedicated to saving lives and ending the HIV epidemic by making U equals U a reality for all persons living with HIV, and confirming the science and changing the narrative. We also have this fantastic resource specifically for healthcare providers on how to talk about contextualizing campaigns in lives of women living with and vulnerable to HIV, because that's who's getting HIV right now, guys. It's Black women, people who look like me, okay? And it's not from them going off and having a bajillion sex partners. It's from one sex partner, one partner, okay? Oh, okay, well, there you be. Ta-da. Also, we've got New York City Health Department. They've got information specifically for providers on how to talk to their patients about U equals U. We've got National Institutes of Health, 10 things to know about HIV suppression. And then I want to end with sexual wellness. Okay, so we got to make a plan. Okay, if you don't plan, you're not going to be able to get it done, right? So make a plan to prioritize your sexual wellness. Okay, it's just as important as everything else you do for your physical health, right? So we had a previous speaker talking about how important it is to eat healthy and to have physical exercise. Sex needs to be right up there. Okay, know your wants, know your likes and your desires. Test frequently, know your status, know your viral load, and discuss your plan once you have it. Once you make a plan, talk about your plan, okay? Talk about your plan with your current partner and new partners when you meet your set. So in conclusion, U equals U, the science is clear. It means you can't give HIV to your partner if your viral load is suppressed. Health equity is for all. Stigma and discrimination are still a part of our struggle for those living with a positive status, but we can overcome this obstacle by talking about U equals U and dismantling HIV criminalization laws. And we need to celebrate love, celebrate relationships. U equals love. And celebrate your relationships with your family, your friends, and your community. I'm going to end with this quote. As we embrace love in the age of U equals U, let's remember that our actions today shape the world of tomorrow. Let love be the guiding force that empowers us to break barriers, erase stigma, and build a future where everyone feels seen, heard, and loved. Together, we can inspire the next generation to lead with compassion and understanding. The power of love is infinite. Let's transform the world into a beacon of acceptance, empowerment, and equality for all. Yeah. All right.
It's just off the charts. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any questions for Dr. Madison? All right. All right. So no questions. Thank you so.
By the way, no question.
Oh, there's one. There's one.
Okay.
There's one.
Dr. Madison, where are you working at these days?
Well, that's a funny story. No. So I'm currently working for myself. I have a consulting business. So like, as I said earlier, I'm a recovering academician. So I stepped down from my academic job last October, and I've been doing my consulting business full time. So the public health pharmacist, if anyone needs anything. But yeah, so my goal right now is really advocacy work. I've been doing a lot of health equity work. I'm working with the company Advancing Health Equity. I've been doing corporate trainings, public speaking, but really my goal is really to just get the word out about why we need more healthcare professionals that look and sound like the communities that they serve. Like I said, I'm on a journey of radical self-love, which means that I only do things that give me joy, like being here with you, and just having that passion for the community and wanting to give back to vulnerable and minoritized.
Amazing.
Say that one more time.
Do you have any sense?
Do I have any what?
Sense.
Oh, yeah. No, my husband. Oh, do I have any sense for you? Oh, good Jesus. I'm so sorry. I mean, I might, if you want to come to Vegas. That's a beautiful property, by the way. Any other ones?
Give a round of applause.
So much. Thank you. I have a box for you. I'm going to give it to you. Okay, so the guys are going to set the stage for our last panel. I have a couple things that I need to go over with you. It's the end part of the day. Let's keep the energy going. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Clap it up. Clap it up. Clap it up. So let's cover a couple things. Hold on one second. Let me give Dr. Madison this. Thank you, ma'am. I do appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So first, who still has their survey? We're all going to do the survey, aren't we? I'm sorry. What? Oh, okay. All right. So when you're done with the survey, please take your ticket and you're going to turn them into Stephen, who's waving at you. So one half of the ticket stays with you. The survey goes to Stephen. How many of you completed the bingo card and visited? How many of you have either your bingo card or a ticket that I have given you? If you do not have a ticket that I have given you yet, I'm going to ask Jim to pass them to you as you turn in your cards to him. Okay? That is going to be for the raffle that will be after the panel.
Give me both tickets.
Give them one. Oh, and I'm sorry, please put your email address on the survey so that if you win, you can actually get the tablet. If you don't put your name on it, we don't know how to notify you. Phone number is fine. I can work with phone number. Okay?
I'm gonna give them just.
Yes, and we're keeping the other ones. All right, so Facebook group. Do you all have the card that you got that was on your chair for the virtual village with the code, the palm card? Okay, I need you to take those cards out and I need you to scan those and join the virtual village. Yeah, not that one, there's a different one. Nope, it's a small palm card. Yes, like that. Jen is holding it up. If you don't have one of those, please let me know. I will get you one so that you can join the virtual village.
And you can win a tablet today. There's some people that are just here. If you go on Facebook and join the group, you can win it.
So Jim doesn't have a mic, and what he's saying is that the folks that join the virtual village today have the opportunity while you're here to win this Fire tablet that I have. So you got to scan it and join the group. We can see you when you join. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
At this time, I'm going to ask Jen, Linnea, and Kim to come on up. So the way this is gonna work, guys, is we're gonna do this panel. I think that there is much to be learned from our panel. So please continue to give us your attention and intention. Once we are done with the panel, I have a raffle. I have lots of things. So if you registered, you should have gotten a ticket to enter the raffle. If you turned in your bingo card, you have an entry into the raffle. If you do not have a raffle ticket or don't remember getting a raffle ticket, see me, because everyone in this room, including the volunteers, everyone in this room is eligible for the raffle that I'm going to do. And I would like to give everyone an opportunity to win. So if you don't remember getting a ticket when you came in, see me so that I can give you one so that you have an opportunity to be involved. Okay. And we're going to do that right after we do this panel.
We have 6 bingo cards.
You only have 6 bingo. Oh, I have. Okay. So I did get some, but
Okay.
there's only 6 bingo cards here. Turn in a blank bingo card. If you don't have a bingo card that's stickered, turn in a blank one. Get involved. I want to give y'all some stuff. Are you hearing me? All right. So I'm going to give you guys 1 more minute while I get settled up here to join the village. We'll see it online. I'm going to give you an opportunity to join the village, come and get a raffle ticket. And then we are all going to sit down and we're going to give our attention and intention to the panel. I have some really great questions. So we're going to talk about some stuff. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, you about to say something? No, no.
Guys, our panelists have given permission for their pictures to be taken and shared. I need you guys to remember what I said in the beginning about respecting folks' privacy and right to self-disclosure or non-disclosure. So if you've been taking pictures with folks, I hope you remember to check and make sure it's okay to post, because otherwise they're gonna live in your phone in perpetuity, right? Yes, amazing, perfect, all right.
My charge.
So as if you haven't heard my voice enough today, I'm going to be moderating the panel. All right, so 2 more seconds to complete this.
I didn't register. I'm up here now, so I'll do it later.
Oh, and I'm sitting here.
My phone is all the way back there. You can do it for you.
Yeah, that to register.
All right. And I'm gonna give one more second, and this is what I'm gonna have everyone do. And I'm not generally this person. However, it has been a very full day for me. So I'm gonna ask everyone to take a breath and release. Take one more breath and release. Stretch if you need to. Shake your shoulders if you need to. All right. So I prepared the girls, ladies, women, amazing humans with the panel questions that I'm going to ask them. But sometimes when we get into the moment of things, we get overwhelmed and we get emotional. So what we're going to do is we are going to be intentional in good thoughts and feelings towards them. And we're going to understand what we're going to understand if in the moment they feel like they can't answer a question, we're going to give grace and a pass on that, right? Okay. We are going to give grace and, oh, you know what? We probably need some tissue.
Yeah, I'm a crybaby.
Child, me too. That's why I said it. Okay.
Crybaby. I might need to dab a little.
All right. So what I'm going to start with is having the ladies all introduce themselves and tell as much or as little about your journey that got you here as you would like to share. So let's go ahead and we'll start with Jen because you're closest to me. Take your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jen Lothridge. The journey that got me here 5 years ago, I went to Planned Parenthood to update my birth control. The good news was my birth control was good for 2 more years. The additional information was I was HIV positive. And here I am today sitting in this chair. That's the short version.
Short version works. And I don't know if y'all caught that or not, but I appreciate the fact that you didn't say the bad news. You said the additional news. This is why, this is why I chose these folks on this panel, right? It's perspective. We're trying to shift the narrative, right? All right. So Ms. Linnea, let's learn a little bit about you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Linnea Rayleigh. It says Linnea Lawson in your agenda, but I am recently married and in the process of fitting and trying on this new last name. So it's taken a minute to actually fully conform to it. My awesome, amazing, incredible husband is sitting right there. I have to embarrass him too. So how did I get here? I'm moving away from saying I was born with HIV because I really don't know. I was also molested as a child prior to my 5th birthday. So depending on if my father, who's not very forthcoming with his information, or the man who molested me, depending on which one of those are the positive people in this equation, that's how I contracted HIV. I don't really care because I have it and I'm dealing with it and I'm living and I'm happy and I'm healthy and all of the above. So I'm a mother of a very rambunctious 9-year-old, like I said, newlywed wife. I live in Los Angeles and just an open book. My life work is advocacy and speaking out and using my story to let other people know that HIV is not a death sentence and it's not as bad as everyone thinks it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kim.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly. Thank you for being here today. I got here, I like to say, by the universe. It's been an amazing journey so far. Like someone else mentioned, I went in to actually start my transition journey. I'm a trans woman, and to my surprise, they were like, "Oh, that can't happen because you have just tested positive for HIV." And at the time, I was very confused because I'm the child of a detective father, and I was very sheltered. I wasn't promiscuous, so I was like, wait, what? And at the time of also, when they told me this, they brought me into a room with like 6 residents and they are all telling me this news. And I didn't really know how to process it because they were just telling me and they're like, well, how do you, like, what do you think about that? I'm like, well, what am I supposed to say? I'll take it, sure. So, you know, it took me a while to accept, you know, my diagnosis, but I will say it's actually been, it's been a gift. You know, the gift has, for me, kept giving. I was able to get connected to an amazing healthcare provider, and through that provider, I actually learned that I had a calling for healthcare, and now I work in healthcare. And through, you know, advocacy, working through healthcare, I actually met this amazing Black woman. We were actually both invited to speak at a gala, really, you know, hoity-toity type thing. And I remember listening to her speak about her diagnosis and how much power and, you know, confidence she had. And I was like, oh, this is about to be my shit. Right. I'm about to turn this whole thing around. And I did. You know, through that, you know, the first time I heard Bridget, you know, speak, it really just opened my mind, not just for myself. It was so healing because I was like, I can actually do something with this and be something with this and thrive with this. And I have. And, you know, now, like I said, I'm a healthcare professional. I'm also the Palm Springs chapter, ANAC chapter, which is the Association of Nurses in AIDS Care. I'm the president as of 2026. I also just rewarded 2024 Advocate of Outstanding Advocate of the Year. It's been a journey, but I wouldn't change it for anything. I think the first time I got a patient letter back with someone saying, thank you for being so honest about your journey. You helped me understand that I'm going to be okay. And mind you, I was just doing my job. I didn't know that that was going to lead to someone else, you know, being touched by my story. And after that, that's all I wanted to do is just continue to touch people with my story. And I think I've been doing a great job. So.
Amen. Yes, absolutely. So, Linnea, we're talking about shifting the narrative and identity in the way that we identify ourselves as part of that narrative. So can you tell us a little bit about how lifetime survivors have shifted the language and the narrative about how folks that were born with HIV or acquired HIV early in life, how are you guys kind of doing that and what does that mean to you?
I went forever just being called a perinatally, I can't even say that word, perinatally infected youth. And I would always wonder, when do we drop the youth? I'm getting older. When is that part going to fall off? Like, when are you guys going to respect me as an adult? It went from that to a vertical and just identifying as someone who contracted HIV through vertical transmission from your parent. And it just thinking now, like, through those terms, always having to be identified by how I contracted HIV. I didn't see anyone else being, oh, that's a sexually transmitted infected individual. That's a IDU transmitted infected. And they don't reply to anyone else in that way. So from going through those phrases to now the label of lifetime survivor, I feel like it puts more attention on who we are as individuals and takes away from the fact of how we contracted HIV. And it gives us our space to tell our stories the way we want to tell them. I have friends who contracted the virus from transfusions, blood transfusions. They contracted the virus as children early in life. In during the delivery part of their life, having to get a blood transfusion as a newborn baby, you don't remember any of that. But for them to then be like set aside as if their experience is different from mine, just because they didn't get it from their parent, they got it from a transfusion, it kind of put a divider between us. And I think the lifetime survivor title, it was needed. And it's definitely something I see that's pulling us closer together. For a minute, we were calling ourselves the Dandelions. I don't know if anyone in here know who Mary Bowman is, but she wrote a poem about her mother where she was calling like the resemblances between her mother and a dandelion, and how a dandelion is not given the respect because it's considered a weed, but it's really the strongest and has beauty that's comparative to a rose. That poem I listened to over and over again, and just thinking about Mary, very appreciative for being able to have met her, very appreciative for the time that she was allowed here on earth with us and the changes that she made. When she passed away, it brought us together, the verticals, the dandelions, the lifetime survivors. It brought us together to try to, you know, like give us each other the support that we needed, instead of having us be grouped in with people who we're just usually grouped in with the aging population. And we're like, okay, our story is different.
Yeah.
Like for me, I don't know a life before HIV. So now to have that community of lifetime survivors, I feel like the changing of the titling really helped to pull us together.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I love. It's self-identifying. Just to clarify, I call her a lifetime survivor because that is what they have claimed for themselves in that community. And I think it's just beautiful. So thank you for sharing that perspective with us. Yeah. And continuing on with the shifting the narrative, we heard it a couple of times here in the presentations when we talk about disclosure, right? Disclosure is a thing. When do I disclose? How do I disclose? Folks who don't disclose, that I'm pretty sure, as mentioned, Kathy was talking about, I'm pretty sure that the person I acquired HIV from knew that he was positive and chose not to tell me. So Jen, you have a really interesting take on disclosure, I heard, and I want you to talk a little bit about what that looks like.
Okay, thank you. So as an individual walking in the shoes of HIV for the past 5 years, almost 6, I'm learning a lot. And one of the things I learned is that we have to disclose our status. Even to this day, when you say that word disclosure status, my stomach kind of like gets a little excited there. So then also having to, the idea of disclosure, sharing with someone. If you think about it, disclosure is a negative word. I didn't write it down, but if you look up Google the definition, it's related to negativity. So that's gonna prevent me from wanting to disclose and other people to anyone, right? So my idea is to bury the D word and shift it to share. Because since we were young adults, young babies, we were taught that sharing is what? Caring. Exactly. So if I care enough about you to share my status with you, I'm doing it because I care about you. It is my choice. And I feel more comfortable because, oh my God, I don't have to disclose to somebody. What are they going to think? Hey, I'm choosing to share this information with you. And if it's a possibility that we can switch it, I believe that it will help those that are at the point in their life where they want to share some from their HIV status with an individual. It can potentially make it easier sharing out that information. And I think, yeah. So that's it.
Love. Do either of you want to comment on?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
You good?
Oh, okay, so share, because I'm nervous, but so the whole idea of share is because stigma, it was has, but I think we changed it to hold. Stigma holds a real empowerment. So that's where we got from that share. Because, because if stigma is what keeps us from saying anything. But if we get louder than stigma, no one's gonna hear all of the ignorant things. Oh, I can't eat from you. I can't use your fork or your towel or anything. Because there'll be more positive and accurate information out there so that people were talking about it more freely and openly, because I don't have to do that negative, weird thing of disclosing. I'm just sharing this information. Okay, now I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I couldn't have said it better than myself. I think, anything? Okay, no, yes.
I definitely love that. Growing up positive, that was like the scariest thing. Feeling like I had to tell people and how are they gonna respond and how are they gonna like treat me. I know that's something that a lot of parents fought with. I have friends who didn't find out about their own HIV status until they were pregnant. Because their parents didn't think that they had to tell their child that they were living with HIV. And a lot of that is because they didn't expect the child to live. And the person I'm thinking of in particular, her parents passed away when she was a baby. So she was raised by grandparents who didn't think they had to tell her, you're taking this medicine because you're HIV positive. She was pregnant when she found out. And then when she went to go and let them know what was going on, we already knew. So yeah, disclosure is a negative something. Sharing, I love.
That is, I don't even have the words. That's so powerful, a statement. And every time, like, as I do this work, I learn that there's so many different stories, and so many different narratives around, this thing that people who don't live with it are so scared of. And at the end of the day, what weaves all of the stories together is that it's a human condition. And we live our humanity oftentimes through our diagnosis. That's powerful. Kim, what is one thing that you thought for yourself that differently for yourself that caused you to shift from surviving with from just surviving with HIV to thriving with HIV? Is there something in particular you can think of that happened?
Yeah, definitely. I come from a West Indian Trinidadian family, so island folks are really, I feel like that's where I faced most stigma. So, it wasn't until I started, being around my now chosen family, people like Anthony and Bridget, and just a few colleagues that I got to meet, people like Jack, and really started to gain a support system and people that actually just cared about me for me. And they, I didn't have to disclose to, these people because they already knew. So that was the first time I felt like I wasn't just existing, I was being able to live my authentic self. And that actually gave me the power to then, share and truth tell to my family and close friends. And I think for me, I'm fortunate, and if without that support system, I wouldn't be able to thrive as well as I do. It was definitely these people, these folks and others who showed me that my authentic self was not only good enough, but destined for so much greatness. And then also you, Bridget, like I mentioned earlier, I just saw how amazing, you were, and then how you lit up every room you walked into. And I was like, I want that. So definitely my support system really helped me. I like to say it helped me heal from the inside out. And once I began that healing, like I said, I wasn't just existing. I learned how to live. I learned how to live, as myself, as Kimberly, as the advocate, as the healthcare worker, et cetera, et cetera. For me, it did start with my support system and learning not just about my diagnosis, but learning, the doctor mentioned earlier, learning what I like, learning my pleasure, what pleased me. And I know we just mentioned, about disclosing. I think for me also, the more I disclose, I have a very interesting or unique perspective, is I usually have to disclose my transness and then my diagnosis. And I feel like once people are like, they take that information and they either learn or they're like open to it, I feel like for me that becomes sexy. So I'm like, okay, now I can share more. So it's one of those things, the more, I educate people, or if they already know the knowledge, I think, no, this is a person, this is a perfect candidate. You already know me. But yeah, so to answer your question, I learned to thrive through my mentors and my trusted messengers and people like yourself.
I thought we were getting some tissue up here. Just Thank you. Girl,
And I
okay.
talk about this a lot. I
And
talk this thing like.
she says it all the time and it makes me cry every time she says it. Oh my
I
God.
will
Okay.
never forget, you guys. We were actually, I'm gonna go a little bit more in depth. Y'all got time. So we were actually at this gala. I really didn't want to be there. I was just like, this is my gowns and things, not my thing. So we were just there, and I remember the first time we were at the tech rehearsal, the prompter comes on and it's literally disclosing my status, and none of us had saw the script. And I was like, absolutely not. And I called Anthony and I'm crying. I'm like, I have to go tell these people, and they're gonna judge me, and my family's gonna find out. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. And people are like, no, you don't have to. And then Bridget came on her second, it was right before me or after me, I don't remember. But Bridget comes on the stage and she starts going through a teleprompter, and it was how she spoke where I was like, huh. And I was like, wow. And then after this, like, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And I'm like, okay, wait. I think I just had an epiphany. I was like, I think I'm supposed to be here, you guys. I was like, I'm supposed to be here right now. And later on, as the doors open and the place filled with like a whole bunch of like crazy people instead. I was like, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it now. And I'll never forget that night I left feeling powerful. I'm already 5'9", and I left feeling taller than I had ever felt in my entire life. And it was just watching you, the way you walked across the stage, it really gave me hope, and it gave me, like I said, it's the gift that keeps giving. I'm very fortunate. I've had many doors open, and it all started by opening that door that night.
As I recenter myself.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
That means what you're doing is working.
Thank you, sincerely. We talk about it all the time. It makes me cry all the time. I really, my diagnosis, I was diagnosed at 40. It's been a life, it's been a journey. I say pretty often that while HIV is no longer a death sentence, and people have this habit of telling you that you're not going to die, they don't really tell you how you're supposed to live.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's a journey of relearning how to live. And part of my relearning process was the events. And, that was back when I was advocating and nobody knew I was advocating. Like I was doing stuff here in the community. I was writing a column in a magazine and absolutely nobody knew, because I wanted to care for people and I wanted to be there for people, but I didn't necessarily want everybody and their mama to know. But thank you for sharing that and reminding me of part of my purpose. So thank you. All right. So moving into our next question. I'm actually going to go to why we're here. And if each of you could just a little briefly talk about why you feel like community and being seen is so important for women living with HIV. It takes a certain amount of bravery to be up here. Jen, I told you before, like only 5 years in, girl, you came out swinging. It takes a lot of people 10, 20 years to even adjust to a diagnosis and say it out loud, let alone, right? 5 short years. So for all of you, what is it about community that's important for women living with HIV?
I'll start. I think first and foremost, just to know that you're not alone. Someone mentioned it earlier. I think it was the doctor. Your trusted messengers. I think community. We need more people like us, not only in healthcare spaces, because it does make a difference, but just to show the world and everyone that we are more than our diagnosis. We can thrive, we can survive, we can, do all the things. This again, as to sound as crazy as it might sound, my diagnosis changed my life. Oh my God, no.
Told you.
Told you. My diagnosis saved me in many ways. And definitely, I never thought at 35, I would be, you know, financially independent. I would be, you know, amazing in my career. I would have the career I have. And I know that I'm doing the work in tangible ways because I see other trans individuals. I'll never forget, I was speaking on a panel in Atlanta, which is actually one of my favorite places now. I was speaking on a panel, and unbeknownst to me, there was so many trans individuals in the audience, and they came up to me and they're just like, "We've never seen someone like you speak on a panel," and it touched me because, yeah, I know.
You got this. You got this.
It's important to have representation. Representation matters. Representation, I'm gonna take it a step further. Representation saves lives.
Right.
And community, again, like you've heard me say time and time on this panel, that if it wasn't for my community and
Thank you.
and my circle, I wouldn't be the person I am today, and I wouldn't change it for anything. And you know, I'm fortunate. I have two of my favorite mentors. I have my coworkers. I have my best friends here, all supporting me, and none of this I never had any of this before. So I believe community is there to save lives, and it's important, especially, you know, for groups like this and populations of ours.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Well, I never really thought that it was important to be seen. I was raising those children, well, you're raised, you be seen, not heard. But, you know, I don't feel that I have to be seen. That's not me personally. But my spirit puts me in situations where I am seen. So I'm grateful for that. Community is important because I'm gonna give a shout out, without places like Christie's Place.
Yes, yes.
Let me tell y'all, you know, that the saying of, you know, I'm not my HIV. Well, I'm actually how I was before my HIV, but just now a little bit more, a lot more. I mean, this is just me, you know, in general. I will say that I do have the love of Jesus Christ in my life and my heart. And if it wasn't for that, no telling what corner I would have been balled up in. That's just real life for me personally, because this is a journey for individuals. And I think it's important that people see, oh, you can be around others to help support you and navigate you during something that is really crazy. I mean, you know, when I first learned about it, what did the doctor tell me? Oh, this is the best time to get HIV. And I was like, how?
Child. As if.
It's a good time to get HIV, right? That was 5 years ago. So this year, my 53rd birthday, I had an opportunity to participate in the Confessions podcast. So if anybody has one of those square scan cards, it's session 2 right there. So with the help of that community opportunity, I had an opportunity to officially tell my story. And for my 53rd birthday this year, I decided I was going to become fully open about my HIV status, because the light bulb has gone off, and I get it. If we don't talk about it, nothing is going to change, because we won't give them any information.
Yes. Yes.
So you have that, and then you have to go the step above, like, oh, I gotta stand in front of people and say this. And I'm grateful to have opportunities to help groom me, an awesome mentor. I mean, she's my boss. I'm not butt kissing or anything, but Rhea Van Gotham is awesome. She's awesome because and I'm gonna say this, for an individual that is HIV negative, she is there and supportive for all of the women that walk in that door.
Yes, let's give it up for our allies in the room. Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
And that's a good example of what community is about. Because we might not have community with you or with a family, but I can say CBO, community-based organizations, they are there for us. And I'm gonna again give a plug because you guys want to know why and how I got here. It is because of Christie's Place. Because I'm just gonna be me, but then for someone to say, you know what, we recognize that there's a little bit more to you. Come here, let's groom you. So we go through our Lotus project training, helping us to learn how to be an advocate, helping us to learn that our voice is very valuable. Even if I don't want to sit on a stage with 4 beautiful women, 3 other beautiful women, and tell I'm HIV positive, okay, but if I want to, I understand that, life is crazy, right? You have to guys. Now, let me tell you, 5 years ago, I wouldn't just be all like that, despite how outgoing I am. But I went through the Lotus Project and I found my voice, in relations to how HIV has impacted me and how I can help other individuals that are impacted by HIV, because that is what a advocate is for.
Absolutely.
And lastly, I'll just say really quickly, sorry. Then I had an opportunity to be called back to Christie's Place and attend a training that is called Project Pearl. So now that I've already been given the tools to be an advocate, now how can you use those tools of advocacy to step out within the community and help other people change the narrative, reduce stigma, and recognize the importance of the services and the support that is out there, not only for women, but all human beings, period. So then you take that and now you have the ability to really engage within the community, the county where they decide where the money goes, what services we have, things like that. The San Diego HIV Planning Group is an opportunity to connect and share your experience and give input. I mean, who would have thought I would be sitting in a meeting that a lot of people probably would say is boring, talking about what services are most important, housing versus, I don't know, childcare, for example, and what are we going to do with all of this money? I've never been to anything like that. So it's programs, it's community organizations like that offers services and support to help individuals like us get a spine and courage. Well, I shouldn't say a spine. I apologize for that. That's just in my mind, but to empower us, to encourage us, to help us be brave and inspire us to have the courage to go out in public with a microphone and say, hi, my name is Jen Lothridge, and my HIV status is you equals you.
Right. Love that. Shout out to CBOs, community-based organizations, AIDS service organizations, critically important. Did you want to add anything, Linda?
Yeah, so when I first found out about my diagnosis, I was 7. And I found out because I have a nosy big sister. And she decided that my mom needed to tell her the truth. And she needed to tell her right now. So she started asking her. My nickname is Nene. Mommy, why does Nene have to keep going to that doctor? Mommy, why do they keep taking Nene's blood? Mommy, why does Nene have to take that medicine and you don't make us take it? We take the vitamins and you give her something completely different. She doesn't even want to take it. It's nasty. She tells you every day she doesn't want to take it. Why do you keep making her take? So look, girl, it's because your little sister has HIV. I have AIDS and she has HIV. Don't tell her. What did my sister do? She immediately came and told me. And I, of course, at 7 had no idea what that meant. So I started crying and I asked my mom why she didn't tell me I was going to die. All I knew was at that time, Magic Johnson had just come out. He couldn't play basketball anymore. Ryan White couldn't go to school anymore. And everyone was talking about how they're going to die soon. So, Mommy, why didn't you tell me I was dying? My mom said, Keisha, go in your room. You talk too much. And then she told me, look at me. Mommy has the same thing. Mommy's had it a little bit longer. Mommy's okay. She said, as long as you see me getting up, making sure you're fed, you go to school, making sure you, your sister, and your 2 brothers are okay. As long as you see me doing all these things every day, you're going to be fine. She said, if anything's going to happen to you, you're going to see it happen to me first. And I am very proud to say my mother is not here today because she's at home watching my 9-year-old and my puppy. She is an extraordinary woman. She goes above and beyond for her kids. I'm 39 and I'm dressed today because I went to my mother's closet and picked out a dress and some boots to wear here today. My mom still provides for me to this day. She is babysitting my child and my puppy, and she is happy and she is healthy and she does everything for everybody. And I wish she would say no to people sometimes, but she doesn't. And that is why community matters.
Yes.
There are people who are walking this walk alone. There are people who didn't have someone say, look at me. There are people who didn't have an example of living a happy, healthy, HIV positive life. And if I can't do anything else with my life, I can be that for somebody else.
Amen. Yes.
We love you. We love you. We love you.
All right. Told you it was gonna get emotional. Okay, so this will be probably our last question. So far, and I'm always surprised when people don't know this, which is why I'm specifically putting this in here, okay? So far, there have been 5 patients that have been cured of HIV, and I want to call their names into the space. So Timothy Ray Brown, who was known as the Berlin patient, he's no longer with us. Paul Edmonds, who is the City of Hope patient. Mark Franke, who is the Dusseldorf patient. So they're called these because of where they're getting their treatment and where their cure, right? Okay. Adam Castillejo, who is the London patient. And then there is an unnamed, they're very specific in the news to call her a mixed race woman. She's from New York. She Black, y'all. Don't play. And then the Esperanza patient and Lorene Willenberg are 2 women. You may have heard of elite controllers. So they are 2 elite controllers, and they appear to have cleared the HIV virus all on their own, right? No medication. So having said that, these are not replicable, right? The way that these folks were cured is a procedure that not everyone can have. It's dangerous. A lot of times people don't survive it. So basically it's not an equitable and scalable cure. But it brings to mind that there's hope for cure, right? And there are people that are working on cure. There's science and research going on. Jeff Taylor got me involved in cure research, and I'm all up in that piece now. It's fascinating. So having this brief glimpse of what cure might look like, what feelings do you guys have about an HIV cure? And so it's a 2-part question. So what feelings do you have about it? If a cure was available, would you take it? Why or why not? And I think sometimes these answers surprise people. So let's talk about it. So Linnea, let's start with you. You've lived with HIV longer than anyone else on this panel. If there was a cure available, first of all, how do you feel about it? And then if there was a cure available, would you take it?
I used to get upset because I'm like, they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. I'm sure they can do something. They can do something. They can do something more than what they're doing. What are they doing? And that was coming from a place of me not knowing exactly what goes into even getting a pill approved by the FDA. Now knowing more about that process and how long it takes for something to go from an idea to something that is actually usable in the community, I know that they're working. I know that the work is doing something, because I was just saying earlier, like, how fast did they come out with that vaccine for COVID? Where is the HIV vaccine? They got that COVID vaccine too quick. And just having that conversation earlier in the hallway and hearing, well, that came from HIV research. I see HIV research is doing something. COVID was horrible when it first started. All we kept hearing was people dying, people dying, people dying. That story's gone because of the vaccine now, and that's because of HIV research. So I see that the research is working, and that hopefully somewhere down the line, because of research, I can see a cure within my lifetime. How quickly will I be willing to take it? I've never tested positive. I've never been diagnosed with AIDS. So my diagnosis has been HIV for 39 years now. My T cells are fine. Viral load is undetectable. I've had my child, she's HIV negative. Had her from having sex with her dad, he's HIV negative. I feel like I've done a great job with taking my medication. My medication works for me, and HIV is controlled. I wouldn't be in a rush to take the cure because I feel like I'm fine where I am right now. I have friends who are positive, who the same one who I was saying earlier didn't find out until she was pregnant. She said she would never take a cure because that's the only thing she has left that connects her to her mom. And that statement, I swear every time I think about it, I want to cry. But she's in the same boat. She's doing fine. She's undetectable, viral load low, T cells high. I'm not in a rush to take a cure, but I just feel like it needs to come for the sake of others, because the fact that there's so many ways in place that we can just prevent HIV from going any further than it is right now today, and people are still being diagnosed and contracting this virus, that's a problem.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. That's powerful. That's very powerful. Kim.
I too am fortunate that I also work in research, cure research, treatment research, prevention research. So I definitely know there are a lot of things being done. I know there's a lot of efforts and work and strategies that are going into a cure. I remember when Bridget was formulating this question, because I get to work with her. And I remember thinking to myself, my answer, which to me is like selfish, but no, I would not take it, because I have been fortunate to touch and help so many lives of other people who didn't take it as easy as I did, or didn't have the outcomes that I have had, by, through my diagnosis. And I want to continue to touch people. I want to continue to help people. And I personally feel that if, presented the opportunity, if I took it, for me personally, I felt like I would be a hypocrite, because I get to travel coast to coast to help others and to talk and say how I'm thriving. And I feel like if I just gave that up because it was available, I wouldn't be who I am anymore. And like I got, like I told all of you, I love who I am. I think it's pretty cool and pretty hot. So why give that up so easily? So yeah, and again, my reasons might be selfish, but I selfishly want to help people and continue to help people. And yeah, so
I don't think that's selfish at all. I don't, it's a different perspective. And I'm sure it raised a few eyebrows. I saw them go up. But I do not think that it is selfish at all. Jen, how about you?
I never thought about that until even after reading the question really in depth, but hearing it. Initially, I was like, no, I don't know. No, I don't know, maybe. But listening to our responses, if the circumstances were appropriate, safe, and maybe depending on what the process was, I probably would. And the reason being is because it could potentially offer hope to other people to see, oh, she was HIV positive and she did that, and she was able to be cured, and maybe I'll do that, especially as we continue working on stigma reduction and helping individuals. Oh, it's like having diabetes. oh, I have HIV, I'm HIV positive, I can go to my provider and they can work with me to cure that. You know, who wouldn't like to be cured from a particular type of disease? You know, many people want to be cured from cancer and things like that. So, yeah, I wouldn't see why.
Yeah, it's fair. It's, excuse me, you guys. I'm sorry, you guys. That's fair. And I appreciate all of your honesty and all of your different perspectives on it. And I think it's part of showing that there is not one narrative for life with HIV. We don't acquire it the same way and we don't live it out in the same way. Thank you for being vulnerable about that. I know that's kind of a tough question because it opens you up for a little bit of judgment from people because the answer seems obvious to them and it's not. Nothing about HIV is ever obvious, but so thank you for sharing that.
And they are not us, they're them.
Exactly. I do want to give just a couple of minutes. I want to do the raffles because you guys have been here. I want to, give you a little something to take with you. I want to give you an opportunity to ask a few questions. So let's agree to keep them slightly brief so that we have time and we can share and be in this conversation and in this space together. So who has a question or a comment? Nobody? Dr. Madison has one and I see you.
First and foremost, I just want to commend all three of you for talking about your lived experience. And most of all, I want to commend you, my darling, for the work that you're doing and the impact that you are obviously bringing to everyone in this room. I feel despondent because I have not known you long enough. And I feel grateful to my colleague Joseph for bringing this opportunity to me.
Shout out to Joseph.
So thank you for that. Joseph and I had the pleasure of working with each other for the span of about 15 years. We started a program in Vegas called Club Med Box back in 2007, and it was an adherence program, and it was a peer support program. And we had the opportunity to go on the road. We've been in Hawaii together. We've been all over the state together. And when, unfortunately, Jansen no longer wanted to support community HIV advocacy, we didn't know what we were going to do.
Yes.
And I'm so grateful that we're still able to do the work and that we found other resources to be able to continue to do the work.
Yeah.
And so just know that we're here for you. Like, I come from a place of service. And I know you mentioned when you were talking about how important Christy's place is. And also another amazing connection that I received this year, a gift of God, to be able to connect with this year as well. And I think that we need to take stock and we need to, again, look at all of this that you guys have done and to celebrate it and to honor it and to uplift it and to scream it from the rooftops.
Yes. Thank you.
And I
Yes.
really, really wish that I had the platform to talk about you more.
Oh.
So what I would suggest for you amazing women is to write about your stories. I would love to see your stories in Washington Post, New York Times.
Funny you should say that.
Oh, are you writing for something?
I have a column. I write a column in a
We'll share the heck out of that. But yeah, I'm gonna stop talking, but I'm really so grateful for the three of these wonderful women and you in particular for bringing me here and for allowing me to be part of this and to live in your joy and to live in your grace.
Thank you so much for your time and being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I came from the bracelet making session. And this is probably the first bracelet I made in my adult life.
Yes.
And into the conversation, I would love to know each one of you. I would love for you all to share what did you call them?
Affirmation.
Affirmation. Because I was stuck, couldn't think of anything. When I did my Rolodex of song lyrics, and couldn't find anything that was good. So I would love to hear your affirmations.
That's a great suggestion. Jen.
So mine was, I got a big mouth anyway. What did I end up saying? Even if it hurts, it still might be good for you.
My very simple and to the point affirmation that I tell myself often is I am enough. But I have a longer one. The longer one goes hand in hand with the question you asked about community. I tell myself often, if it is a thing that anyone has ever done, then I can do it too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Ken?
One of mine was, if you're not invited to the space, create your own.
Yes. Amen. Yes. Woo, I love that one. I'm gonna have to add that into my Rolodex because that is what is happening here in Palm Springs, which is very male centric. We have created a space. My affirmation, the one that I use most often in life, is when you cannot find the light, be the light. Yeah. And with that, we're gonna do a raffle. Please, can we give a round of applause for vulnerability and sharing? And oh my gosh. This was absolutely, no shade to anybody else, but this was my favorite panel of the day. I have tremendous respect for these women and for, I'm not even gonna, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
I just want to say that we appreciate Bridget for actually reaching out to us because, we weren't saying, oh, we want to be on the panel. She thought about us and, that's a start right there. So thank you, Bridget. We appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. So we are going to do a raffle. Several raffles. I have stuff, y'all. Did everybody get a ticket? Everybody has at least one ticket in that I have. Okay. If I heard a no, so I need you to come see me so I can make sure you have at least one ticket. Where are the ones that, what happened? Yeah, can you come up and get a mic?
So, congratulations on your inaugural conference. You and Jeff did a fantastic job. I can say from experience how freaking hard it is to plan for and host an event like this, and man, you all did a fantastic job. So, just
Thank you.
Invite those who are in the space, because I heard a lot from folks throughout the day of resources and building community and sharing with one another. Something magical happens in the space of a women's conference. We have one in San Diego every March that's open to all women. There's one in LA in November. There's some treatments from it. This one now is happening. And beautiful stories like this happen. So I hope that, it inspires us in the room to really think about creating more of these spaces and looking around and partnering with each other and creating a collective, coordinated, cooperative community that's not in competition with each other, that wants to uplift everyone, because ultimately that's what women do. When we help them find their voice and find the space to lift them up, as you see what happened today, something magical happened. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amazing job. I just wanted to make sure that you all know.
Thank you.
Someone connected survey.
Yes. I heard another no in the room. Who else didn't get a raffle ticket? That you were the no. Okay. All right. Yes. If they want to give me their no. All right, I'm coming. I know you guys are tired. I'm probably ready to go. I'm coming. My phone, there it is, my phone. And there was a brown envelope. I had a brown envelope.
Not sitting on it?
There.
Okay.
About to make me go crazy. Found it. I need an assistant. Jeff.
Call me Vanna. 1 2 1 1 2 1. 1 2 1 1 2 1.
Going once, going twice.
2 1 1 2 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Oops. Okay. 5 6 7 4 6 4.
6 7 what?
5 6 7 4 6 4.
No? Okay.
Five, 6 7 4 6 9. No. What happens when they leave? Whoops. I can't get it. 1 2 1 1 2 2. Okay, keep going. 5 6 7 4 6 6. Yes, yes. Whoa.
We have a $25 Visa gift card already. Oh, no, it's a MasterCard. Sorry. Already. Oh, here. Already activated. Yep.
5 6 7 4 6 7.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Sephora.
Five, six, seven, 4, 4, 2.
Is that you? Yes.
One, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Bath and Body Works.
Five, 6, 7, 4, 3, 9. Nope.
439.
4, 3, 9.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 4, 4, 5. Yay! Come on now, you ain't next to
Another gift card.
Yay. Mix it up. 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 0. 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 0.
Nope. All right.
Let's keep going. 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 0.
No.
5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 0.
All right.
5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 9. Yes.
Yes. Two more.
5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 5. 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 5.
No.
Or blue one. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4.
All right, let me do the tablet real quick. Oh no, are we doing the tablet for the village later? Offline?
No, the village will do everybody to join the village. Okay, all right.
You want to get Jim? Okay, all right, so let's do one more.
5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 4.
All right. All right, so who is a woman living with HIV in the room? Give me a number between 1 and 20. Jeff, the number is.
Okay, let's shout out the numbers, go.
Wow. 7. Who said 7? So we had 2 7s. All right, and I look. Thank you. All right. So lost and found check. Look around the area next to you, or maybe you've seen it today, a white Apple pencil, like a stylus kind of thing. Yes. Anya is and his fine self over here cosplaying as a nurse today. Perfect. Okay. So she's gonna find that. I actually think it might be simpler for us to do the drawing for the tablet offline and then send it to folks because we don't have the names written down to put into a bucket, right?
And also not everybody was able to access their Facebook account.
Correct. Okay, so we're gonna do, I think that would be actually the more fair way to do it. And also for the folks that are online, Corey can put the link in for the survey so that they have an opportunity to take part in this survey. So, this is the part where we say goodbye. So, did you learn something today? Whether you are a person living with HIV or a person who supports or takes care of a person living with HIV, did you feel seen today? Before I say anything else, these gentlemen, I 100,000% could not have done this without them, period. Let's give Harp PS. Chris is sitting down, but Chris is included in that. Harp PS is one of the most amazing organizations on the face of the planet. They support folks living with HIV. They support folks aging with HIV, which is one of my other intersections that we learned about and talked about earlier. And so this is an amazing group of people. I love them. Let us give a shout out to Vive and to Gilead for making this possible. Meg, Carla, bless you. There are not the words in my heart. Thank you so much. Corey took care of Zoom all day today. Shout out to Corey. To all of the speakers, to the panelists, to our vendors and sponsors and folks who tabled, and everyone who is in this space. I'm gonna get better next year. I won't cry. Thank you. I will. I'm a sissy. I will. Please go forth. Continue to live in the fullness of who you are, because you are who you are, diagnosis or not. You are who you are in the community. You are who you are in the spaces with the people that you take care of and that you care for and that you love. So I hope that you leave here today having gained something. Please be safe in your travels. Thank you. Thank you.
Bridget, before everyone leaves, I just want to let you guys know this woman has worked hard for the past few months for this. We just want to give you something. We say how thankful we are. So if you guys can all stand and then we're going to stand. This is an idea that came from the heart. If you really want to have a space for women, this has been a successful day. So let's just give her all the love we can give her.
I fully did not. I did this for women everywhere. Thank you for being a part of it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just missing the stash of the tiara.
Thank you, Frank. Oh, thank you.
That is so beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much.